提醒各位贵宾，第二天大会呢将在5分钟之后正式开始哦。等一下会议开始之后呢，请您记得将手机转为震动或静音。那如果有需要同步口译服务的贵宾呢，都欢迎您凭证件到外面的服务台借取口译设备。那另外呢，如果您要提交补充资料的话呢，请在今天会议下午6点半结束之前呢，备好7份英文版、2份中文版送交到场外的报道处就可以了。非常谢谢您的配合。We're going to begin in 5 minutes. Please take your seats and kindly silence your phones and feel free to borrow headsets outside for simultaneous interpretation. Thank you. 各位贵宾早安，欢迎参加消除对妇女一切形式歧视公约第5次国家报告国际审查会议第2天的大会。Welcome to day 2 of the review meeting of the ROC Taiwan's 5th CEDAW report, and we're going to start the day with a review of core document Articles 10 to 12。那接下来呢，我们要进行的是核心文件第10条到第12条的审查哦。那提醒，等一下要发言的不会代表每位发言呢以3分钟为限，30秒前以及时间到，我们都会响铃一声提醒。发言前呢，介绍一下您的所属单位以及职称。那同时稍微举个手，让我们的摄影机呢可以找到您的位置哦。And now to begin, over to the chair of the International Review Committee.
Okay, yes, thank you.
Are you okay?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Okay. Thank you very much, and good morning. We express to you our appreciation for the cooperation of yesterday, for the hospitality, and for the high level of engagement of government departments and also the civil society. We thank you very much, Honorable Minister, for the courtesies that you've extended to us. We are grateful. And today we will proceed as scheduled with as scheduled on the agenda, reviewing Articles 10 to 12. And for that exercise, or for that session, I'm going to be calling on colleagues who are leading on those articles to present questions, and then we will open the floor for responses from government at this point. So, Professor Nicholas, you have the floor. Thank you. For articles.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good morning, everyone. It is a great honor to be back once again here in Taipei and with the task to review the implementation of the CEDAW Convention. This time we are conducting the review in a changed global political environment. We experience a new situation where big states and their leaders do not respect the international rule-based forms of cooperation, but think that they freely can break the rules and conduct policies by force, threat, and without respect for the rule and law and the international conventions on human rights. Finland, my own country, and Taiwan both have the common feature that we have strong neighboring states that are not so much concerned about human rights and the rule of law principles. And I think that in such a situation it is extremely important for small democratic countries to maintain a strong commitment to human rights, which help to create a resilient and inclusive society which can stand united in any crisis situations. We have been asked by some NGOs what credibility the International Review Committee has and whether we have any kind of accountability and that we should not make recommendations that go against the public opinion. I therefore want to remind you all of the fact that universal human rights often may go against public opinion and that they form basic, consistent values. The whole background for the UN human rights system is the experience of what can happen when the so-called public opinion have been mobilized to aggression and hate towards different ethnic groups, other religions, nationalities. Especially the experience from the Second World War was behind this human rights system. We in the review committee are independent experts on CEDAW. Our task is to bring in the genuine and prevailing interpretation of the CEDAW Convention into this debate with the state party. This is also the base on which our work can be evaluated, and for this we are accountable. I would now want to pose some questions on education, where Taiwan has a quite robust system in place. I only have 3 points to make about education, Article 10 in the CEDAW Convention. First, we commend you for having followed the recommendation of the 2022 review by introducing, since 2023, gender-related studies at 3 universities. Our concern, however, is that the funding for these gender-related studies has been granted for 3 years. Our concern is what will happen next, and will there be continuation of such funding now when the 3 years are passing? If the activities in these programs, if they have been successful. Can you inform us about the situation with these university studies? What will happen next? Second, we commend you for the encouraging of girls in the STEM areas of education with good results. The technological challenges related to future university teaching are, however, big. The technology makes the use of online teaching cheap, and universities are pressed to include an increasing amount of online studies in the curriculum. At the same time, AI is bringing, and to some extent already has brought about, huge changes in the use and creation of knowledge. These changes are likely also to have gender implications. Are you planning to study these implications in order to make sure that the new technology will not have negative consequences for equality in the educational system? My third concern relates to the fact that we are still not convinced that the government is doing enough to facilitate the education of vulnerable groups. We think about stateless children to migrant workers, which are reported to only get elementary education until they get 15. We think of teenage mothers leaving education and falling outside the educational system. We think of girls and young women with disabilities still facing many problems and constraints, although there has been an increase in the funding for education for people with disabilities. Can you tell us something of your plans to further enhance the education of these vulnerable groups of women and girls? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Niklas. I will now yield the floor to the head of the delegation to provide responses to the 3 core questions that were raised on Article 10. Thank you. You have the floor.
Good morning, everyone. Would like to thank the reviewers for the questions. I think these 3 questions are focused on education, so I would first like to delegate to the Ministry of Education to answer comprehensively. And because there are mentions of high-end research and gender female related, we're going to ask NSC to follow up. And because AI was also mentioned about its gender implication, and we're going to ask MODA to take up this question later on. Thank you. This is the Ministry of Education. We're going to ask the tertiary education and departments. Hello, this is the Ministry of Education on Higher Education Department. We supported the you mentioned the 3-year funding. It's not just the 3-year, it's a continuous funding. For these 3 universities, we would like to delegate some responsibilities. For example, campus, gender campaign. We asked one of the universities in Kaohsiung to take up the campaign work. In addition to research, outreach is also a very important part of their work, and we continue to provide them funding and resources to these institutes for these research and outreach work. And for vulnerable children in vulnerable groups, including stateless children, regarding vulnerable children and preschool children, and for elementary and middle school, basically stateless children, based on humanitarian considerations, we provide them an affordable educare service and provide them schooling services. These are provided by local governments, and that's for preschool and elementary school and middle school. Okay, it's not about the elementary school and middle school, but after middle school, after the K-12, vulnerable groups, stateless childs, or women with disabilities, what are their educational resources or protections after K-12? Any protections provided or any ways for them to overcome their disadvantages? I don't think you answered this question. We would like to further follow up with this question regarding vulnerable children. For high schools, we don't have regulations for the protection of these rights. We will go back and look into it. Thank you very much. Anything else you would like to follow up at the Ministry of Education? What about STEM? Do you have anything to follow up on STEM?
So this is the Ministry of Education additional information on STEM. On university campuses, we do have a pilot program for that promotion. We provide subsidies to female STEM programs for talent cultivation. In the past 3 years, we have subsidized many schools and many teams. The funding comes from not only government, but also businesses. And then also the program require collaboration with businesses, and then also support female researchers and students to commit to the program to deepen and upholster STEM's friendly environment and support environment. And then if they do have a higher female percentage in the program, we would also add additional subsidiary to $1 million. We are promoting this program. However, with one program, they cannot drive the entire campus to change their program. So we hope the program can further expand its scope to the entire environment, entire school organization. And about National Science Council, can you proceed to answer provide additional information? So this is National Science Council, and like Ministry of Education just said about STEM, on university and colleges, faculties and researchers research program proposals for female professors or pregnant researchers, we have relevant benefits, which means that there are some supporting programs so that the female professors don't have to worry about their career development. So that measures will be incorporated into our subsidiary programs. And also we have an innovative service platform for entrepreneurs. The name is TTA. So for female entrepreneurs, we provide on this platform incentives to encourage innovations. That's the additional information I have. Thank you. MODA, Ministry of Digital Affairs, can you talk about AI's impact on gender? And this is MODA, and about AI's impact as an emerging new technology would further exacerbate gender bias and discrimination. And then we established AI EC. It's actually evaluation center with the core task to evaluate AI products and systems accuracy and precision and fairness and cybersecurity evaluation. And about fairness, we include gender equality and equality for people with disabilities. We want to ensure that AI, while they are providing services, the answer and the results provided would also be compliant with gender equality values. Thank you. It is advised that maybe Ministry of Health and Welfare can also talk about children's daycare and support for women, and then also an additional subsidy and support programs for vulnerable students. Ministry of Welfare and Health, can you provide further information on that? Ministry of Health and Welfare. With regard to education, we follow the rules of Ministry of Education. As for benefits provided to vulnerable groups, we do have programs that would support vulnerable teens and children. Thank you. Ministry of Education, I think you do have a program that subsidizes STEM female talents programs for universities and colleges. Can you further elaborate on this STEM program, if you do have additional information to offer? Thank you. About this, in 2025, we are already providing these programs. So we have approved around 21 universities and 44 programs. And then also we are going to build environment that is friendly to gender diversity. And also school need to take proactive role in supporting female researchers and faculties researches. So for the female researchers, if they had their program approved and subsidized by us, and then should this researcher become pregnant, and then they can actually further delay and defer the program, and then they can return to the workplace. And then also we provide system design and resource allocation and also campus culture enhancement. We want to encourage women and build a system that can really support their career development. And for the resource allocation, we would like to encourage female students to engage in project studies and enterprise internship and international exchange programs. And about campus culture, we also need to create and build a friendly and safe campus culture. This is something we are working on. Thank you. Do we have additional information our colleagues would like to offer? This is Ministry of Education. I would like to add, because you mentioned about the children of people with disabilities, we also have these education fee deduction for people eligible depending on household income and then also the severity of the disabilities, and then a different deduction of education fees would be offered depending on the level of the disabilities. Anything else? In the interest of time, now I'm going to give the time back to our review board. Thank you.
Thank you very much, the delegation. I would now... No, you're okay. Any other follow-up question? Jesus? No. Okay. Thank you very much. We will now proceed to Article 11, and I will still yield the floor to Nicholas Braun to take Article 11, please. Thank you. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We now turn to Article 11 that deals with employment. The general impression of the implementation of Article 11 is that progress in Taiwan is slow, although the achievements regarding sexual harassment in workplaces and sexual assault have to be recognized. These are important achievements. Regarding employment, I have 4 areas of concern which I want to address. The first concern is the implementation of the principle of equal pay for work of equal value. First, I note that we do not see that the CEDAW standard, which requires equal pay to be paid not only to equal or the same for the same work, but also for work of equal value, has been implemented. This means that according to the CEDAW standard, we must be able to compare also different jobs and assess whether they are of equal value. And if that is the case, there should also be equal pay. Is, for instance, the work of a nurse of equal value with the work of a typical male job, a policeman or a worker in the fire brigade? These are questions that can be posed in the context of the CEDAW approach, but with your wording in the legislation, it is questionable whether it applies in these cases. We also note that the wage gap in Taiwan is very persistent. The government seems to recognize that increased wage transparency is one important tool in fighting the pay gap, but the measures that restrict this transparency only to big listed companies with where the paid amount of capital is more than 10 billion NT dollars is really a very high threshold. Have you, for instance, reflected on introducing a right for the applicant of a job to get information about the wages of his or her predecessor? There is a widespread understanding that some of the wage gap is due to the fact that women have lower wage demands than men when they enter into a new job. And the right to information about what wages the predecessor was paid could remedy this problem, and this is a right which has been introduced in many countries. The principle of equal pay should also be implemented on the whole labor market, not only in some segment, which seems to be the case in the measures that you have been taking. My second concern relates to the issue of balancing family, childcare, and work. Here, the recognition that something has to be done seems to be well established and accepted, and the concern about the low birth rate in Taiwan is common, and you actually, since 2018, you have a plan to remedy this. We note, however, that the list of measures reported in the answer to the list of issues, we note that there is a long list of different fragmented measures, and this is, of course, understandable. But we still lack a vision for how to really solve this problem. Are you aiming for an affordable, high-quality, universal and non-profit public childcare service system, or what is the real model which you have in mind? Also, are we aiming for a system where fathers are taking a substantial responsibility for parental leave and is an integrated part of the system? The steps in this direction have been quite slow. For an outside observer, it seems that the system needs some streamlining in order to avoid excessive fragmentation. But this is, of course, the modest impression for an outsider observer. It is very difficult to measure the different individual steps that have been taken. But I would like to get your views on these more principal issues. The third area of concern relates to the migrant domestic workers. We see no progress in the situation of migrant female workers, and since we know that there are almost 300,000 of those existing in Taiwan, this is not a minor problem. The problems with these groups have been largely documented, and they have been addressed last time, I think, in the report of the ICCPR and the ICSCR, and with an increased number of second-generation stateless children, the problems are just increasing. We also know that the ILO Convention 109 on the situation of domestic workers gives a good model for how these problems could be handled and solved. I think that from the point of view of the CEDAW Convention, this is really a serious issue, and I really urge the government to try to take action on this. My fourth concern.
我的第4点是关于其他的弱势团体，那些有身心障碍的员工。
The situation of them still needs improvement. In the report or in the answers to our issues and questions, the Ministry of Labour reports that they have promulgated the administrative guidance on reasonable accommodation in the workplace for persons with disabilities, and these have been effective from July the 1st to 2025. This is very welcomed, and there are also further guidance on this issue. But I remind you that these are recommendations for employers, but actually under UN standard, the lack of such accommodation would amount to discrimination. In your system, it is just a recommendation to do this adjustment. I understand that if employer don't apply them, there are no consequences. We also note with interest the National Action Plan on Business and Human Rights, which you also present in your answer. There is the Ministry of Labour here has proposed an action item on promoting the reference guidelines for enterprises on the prevention of forced labour. I think this is very important in a situation where new technology bring about new forms of exploiting vulnerable groups in the working life. We have platform work, different form of digital work. We have different forms of what in international vocabulary has been called modern slavery, or which is related to forced labor. We think that this action plan is very important, and this should be taken forward, and it is actually also related to the question of migrant domestic female workers, which are very in a situation which is quite equal to those who risk forced labor, because these people can, of course, also be exploited on the private sector, and this is what you are dealing with here. So we urge you to go forward with these activities, and I just want to hear how you are dealing further with these questions, and how you are dealing with different vulnerable groups on the labor market. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for raising those intersecting concerns. I'm sure the delegation would have responses, and I will turn the floor over to you for your consideration and replies. Thank you.
谢谢。
Thank you very much. Regarding Article 11, the reviewer had 4 main concerns, mostly concerning the Ministry of Labor. So I would like to invite the Ministry of Labor to elaborate on this. And regarding the first question about equal pay for equal work, we are going to ask if the FCC can answer this question, and the Department of Gender Equality will also follow up. The second question is about family care, childcare, and work balance. in addition to Ministry of Labor, who has already touched on it, maybe Ministry of Education and Minister of Health and Welfare can also pick up on the question regarding childcare. And finally, regarding the digital forced labor issue, MODA can answer this question as well. And also Ministry of Economic Affairs can take the first and fourth question at the end. This is the Ministry of Labor. This is the first time we are talking. We are at the Department on Employment Equality. I would like to thank the reviewers for providing us with these comments and questions. First of all, about narrowing the gap, the wage gap. We agree equal pay for equal work is about the equal value. And when we talk about equal work and equal pay, in order for different enterprises to understand what equal pay for equal work mean, in 2023, we came up with a checklist for our competent authorities to see if the equal pay for equal work is in line with the definition internationally, and for all the HR departments to understand the concept of equal pay for equal work. And we will continue to reinforce this concept with the enterprises in Taiwan. And in addition, and further regarding the transparency of wages, in addition to it being reflected in our checklist, we also ask for voluntary disclosure from the enterprises. Currently, large companies that are listed, companies that have a volume of net worth over 10 billion new Taiwanese dollars, they must disclose their gender information and their pay information versus their gender. And in addition to this self-checklist for equal pay for equal work for business entities, we understand that it's not just for large corporates, but for smaller enterprises. The central government is working with the local governments. When we are doing our compliance visits, we also send out this self-checklist for different companies so that they all understand and have the concept of equal pay for equal work. And as of June this year, we've issued over 36,000 checklists to these business entities, so they understand this concept. And reviewers also talked about family care and work balance, specifically the child care. We really care about this, in addition to reinforcing our measures for child care subsidies to the enterprises to build childcare facilities or building measures. In addition to amending the acts, we currently have a reward measure that is in the Legislative Yuan pending adoption and review. And regarding the family and work balance, we understand that the duty of care is not just on one single gender. So this year we emphasize that dual gender participating in the family care is very important. And we discussed with CSOs, and they've shared with us that when they are trying to balance family and work, the care time and balance is issue. So we're moving towards a more flexible value so that different genders can take parental leaves flexibly, and they can care for family and work at the same time. starting from January 1st this year, we have a new parental care policy that is more flexible. From January to June, we can see over 50% of male have applied for parental leave. And in the past, men only accounted for 1/3 of the parental care. But now we are amending the regulations so that we are formalizing the parental leave so that we can reinforce the maternity checkup leave and parental leave can be reinforced for the male. And from currently 7 days to 14 days for these maternity checkup leaves. And for parental leaves, for both parents, it's 6 plus 3 months now for both parents. And this is an amendment that's currently being reviewed at the Legislative Yuan. That's for the family-work balance. And regarding the foreign domestic workers' rights in Taiwan, after 6 sessions of listening from CSOs, employers, and families that hire domestic workers, we have compiled 6 aspects of the rights and benefits that needs to be protected for our foreign domestic workers. And through our policies and administrative measures and tools, we are going to put out comprehensive ways, which my colleague will follow up later. We will spare no measures to protect the rights of foreign domestic workers. And regarding workers with disabilities, right now we have administrative guidances, but if the person with disabilities asks for adjustments and the employer says no, in the past it has constituted discrimination, and according to our Employment Act, it's still a violation. And we are now in the process of encouraging corporations to actively take measures to adopt, and that's what we have done so far. We'll ask this is also from the Ministry of Labor, the Enterprise Development Office, regarding childcare in companies. In addition to public childcare, we also encourage companies to provide childcare measures and facilities. From 2002 to 2026 June, we have subsidized over 4,700 enterprises, or 47 counts of business entities, to provide childcare services and facilities. And it's a figure up to 0.4 billion as of June this year. I would also like to add, this is also from the Ministry of Labor, we currently have 220,000 foreign domestic workers in Taiwan, and we will further take inventory of the contracts that we have for them. We asked CSOs to host seminars and workshops to discuss the implementations and for the rights protections of the domestic workers. We provide measures including when they before they enter Taiwan, they must participate. The employers must take part in a seminar before they bring in the foreign migrant worker, and the migrant worker must also take part in the seminar. Also at the service station at the airport, we also have a consultation station. And once they come into the country, we have a hotline 1995. That's a 24-hour hotline providing bilingual consultation and complaint services. We also have local government migrant worker consultation service centers that conduct routine surveys, checkups for violations. And if migrant workers, they are under labor and wage disputes and they need legal aid, they can also access this support and service from these local centers, and they may have maladaptions in terms of languages and communication. So we also have digital learning trainings to provide them Mandarin training courses if they are seriously injured and requires assistance. We have settlement and assistance provided. And in terms of social resources, we also subsidize local governments to produce cultural programs that will help them adapt to life in Taiwan to protect their life pre and post entering Taiwan. And in terms of forced labor, as our reviewer mentioned earlier on, we have our own guideline for forced labor, and this was enacted in February this year, and it's currently launched in various local governments, and we work with the Ministry of Economic Affairs and a fishery agency to conduct campaigns, hearings, and we made tools based on ILO 11 indicators regarding forced labor. And also in terms where it implicates our criminal code and human trafficking law and basic labor act, we will continue to promote all of this. The core indicator about forced labor is the detaining of their documents. And in April this year, we have amended our laws, our Employment Act, which forbids the brokers or employers or anyone from detaining the documents of these migrant workers under any reason. And if they violate, there will be penalties. That's our current amendments and measures right now, and we will continue to follow up based on the spirit of the conventions.
Any additional information from Ministry of Labor? If none, we would like to ask the Financial Supervisory Council to provide additional information. FSC, please. FSC, would you like to take the first question, equal pay? Do we have FSC representative here? So the wage disclosure, FSC, listed companies, disclosure of pay. Do we have FSC representative? I think I can step in to provide additional number. This is Ministry of Labor. So in 2025, according to the result of the evaluation of business governance, and then the indicator is 4.2, that whether the company has a policy in place to promote diversified workplace and gender equality policies. So in 2024, we incorporated company governance disclosure guideline. So gender equality is factored in. And then in 2025, the average score of the business, that average score is 89.78%. So most of the listed companies have already disclosed their workplace diversified policies and gender equality policies. So it seems FC is not here. So we would like to ask the Department of Gender Equality to provide additional information on the first question and the second question. And the Ministry of Education and Ministry of Welfare and Health, please provide your answer to daycare, work and life balance, career balance. So with regard to workplace, gender pay gap, Executive Yuan, we did observe a very big challenge. That is our gender pay gap. We cannot really gradually, steadily narrow that gap. Department of Gender Equality conducted analysis, and also we refer international frameworks, so that gender pay gap do come with a lot of structural factors, and then the result is that inequality of gender pay. We don't have awareness of gender equality in workplace, and then also the workplace is not friendly enough to women, and also there are these promotion ceilings vertically and horizontally, and also there are different barriers between different industries, and then that come with a very big gender pay gap variance between different industries. So we actually saw the gender pay gap inequality is the result of many folds of factors. So we need to take a comprehensive and ministerial collaboration. Therefore, we need to establish a gender-friendly workplace and also empowering women's economic capability. That is an issue for many ministries. So we have strategies, for example, to narrow the horizontal and also the vertical gender segregation. So we have programs to cultivate STEM female talents, and then also National Science Council and Ministry of Education and MODA would provide empower programs, and also there are gender equality awareness workshops. And then also we coach our listed companies to follow GRI to disclose their gender equality information. And also we ask them to also cultivate prospects and potential female talents, and also we want to cultivate a friendly workplace, and then also vertically for the women, they would not hit a promotion ceiling. And when it comes to gender pay gap in industries, we actually see there is a big gender pay gap when we compare different industries. Therefore, we ask competent authorities to identify, for example, the manufacturing industry for electronic appliances. These industries, they need, the competent authority of these industries need to provide measures to address this issue, and also provide further protection, advancement of women's workplace rights. And also they need by stage auspices to disclose that information. And then the pay gap data collection allow us to monitor the pay gap development over the years as a basis for us to look into the issue, so we can narrow the pay gap. And also that data collection can help us to develop policy for equal pay promotion. That is the work we have been doing here. And Department of Gender Equality, have you covered all the grounds you want to cover? Yes. Ministry of Welfare and Health, and on daycare, maybe Ministry of Education can also provide further information on that. MOEA, now can you also chip in? And MODA, you can also provide the digital forced labor issue. So Ministry of Health and Welfare. Before I talk about daycare, so I would like to thank the members of IRC for paying close attention to the low birth rate issue here in Taiwan. In 2018, Executive Yuan has asked all ministries to pool resources together to address the issue. So a daycare service is a critical element in that to help families strike a balance in parental obligations and job career balance. So our goal is to establish public daycare services. From 2021 to 2024, that public daycare services has grown by 53%. And then also the daycare of children under 2, that percentage has reached 56%. And then also we want to publicize daycare services. It takes time. We cannot do that overnight. Therefore, at the same time, we utilize the quality private daycare centers and also at-home daycare personnel to establish on-par public daycare services. As long as they are compliant with government standards, they can sign contracts with the government. So the government can also leverage private resources to allow parents to enjoy these affordable daycare services. With all these measures in place, and then these childcare daycare adoption rate for under 2 years old children has already grown to 56%. And then when government trying to advance this balance between parental obligation and job and work, we also need to have supportive measures that drive for friendly workplace. And then from 2018 to 2025, and then we have already increased the budget to 120 billion. And the Ministry of Education, here at the Ministry of Education, so additional information for preschool education. And then like the Ministry of Education, Ministry of Health and Welfare, we actually pool resources together across 12 ministries. And then for these preschooler daycare, that for age 2 to 5 preschoolers, we also expanded the supply of affordable daycare services to lessen parents' burden. So for the publication of daycare services from 2018 as of 2026, we have already increased the number to 90,000 availability. And then so because for that supply, when it's deployment, and there, we do have time limitation. So we are also working together with private kindergartens. So they're on par to the public funded kindergartens. So we also offer 253,000 seats in the school in these preschool kindergartens. So we can see that preschoolers under 2, that they actually enter into the kindergarten, and the number grow significantly. So we can actually see that number has grown from 16% to 64%. And we also see that growth of children entering into kindergarten between 2 to 5 grow to 86%, and to promote comprehensive daycare. And then for those parents who send their children to private kindergartens, we also provide additional benefits and allowances to lessen their financial burden, and also to help them to strike a balance between family and career. That in 2020, we for these competent authorities, we coach them to set up daycare support centers for parents. So we have altogether 165 sites like this. We provide up to 9,500 vacancies. So all the government employees can also work and with a sense of ease.
Thank you. We would like to invite Ministry of Economic Affairs to answer the first and fourth question. Here we are the SME Innovation Startup Office. Regarding the work and childcare balance and the workplace benefits and work balance. First of all is we incentivize them through rewards and dedicated rewards to encourage enterprises to implement work and childcare balance and the balance flexible rights of the laborers. For example, we have the national level indicative awards and other innovative startups and various awards. We have about a weighting of 10 to 15% that's placed on building a work-friendly environment, a friendly workplace and gender-balanced workplace. And work-life balance, work-family balance is a very important indicator. From 2021 to 2024, there were 246 companies that were awarded, and in work, family, friendly and balanced award that was established in 2023 to award companies that provide flexible working hours and family-friendly workplace. And as of 2024, we have selected 13 friendly companies as role models for others to learn from. So over these 4 years, we've noticed that most of the companies that were awarded, about 80% of them, they demonstrated they have excellent performances in terms of allowances for substantial allowance for childcare and flexible working hours and flexible working modes, for example, working from home and including pick up children. They're given flexible hours, and if they raise children less than 3 years, they can lessen 1 hour of their working hour per day. These measures are substantially provided by the enterprises to the employees. And in terms of narrowing the wage gap, we encourage enterprises to raise the salary for their workers. And in 2024 August, we amended our SME Development Act in Article 36 when you are willing to raise the salary of the basic, the lower level workers, and you can effectively raise your profitability from 100% to 130%, and that's a very good incentive to narrowing the wage gap. And MODA here regarding the digital forced labor, the core is about the discipline of enterprises and their self-protection. As mentioned by Ministry of Labor earlier on, there is a guideline launched by the Ministry of Labor regarding forced labor prevention. And even though digital tools can be used by employers to require of our workers, but these digital tools are used for work assistance, not for forced labor. We will continue to encourage the enterprises not to do so and to do outreach. So these are the answers we have provided so far. Any agencies or departments would like to follow up? Ministry of Health and Welfare Long-Term Care Department, we would like to follow up on the foreign domestic workers employed in Taiwan taking care of disabled elders or persons with disabilities at home. In our long-term care system, they are eligible for respite services as well. So we also provide budgets for short-term care. Last year, the domestic workers employed at home to care for people with disabilities. About 50% of these families applied for respite care, and the total usage was 2.6 million times, and over 2.6 million people that have used this services, and we've allocated over 1.5 billion in budget. This is additional information provided for our reviewers. Any follow-up? At NSC here, we would like to add, everybody mentioned workplace, equal pay for equal work at workplaces, and the 3 science parks under our jurisdiction, we currently have over 350,000 employees. 20%, they make up for 20% of our GDP. So we care very much about workplace equality, and we have been holding awards for outstanding companies for over 10 years. In 2024, in our evaluation indicators, we included the ratio of the increase of female management. It's a very important evaluation, because if we care about equal pay for equal work, and if we're not able to increase the rate of female management, it won't be as effective. In the interest of time, we now give the floor back to our reviewers.
Thank you very much for your very comprehensive answers to my questions. I want one issue to be clarified, because when we yesterday discussed the issue of introducing a comprehensive act on discrimination, then we understood that one of the problems with the preparation of the act was how to deal with the disabled people with disabilities, and the demand that there should be adjustments for these people. Now I understood that actually in the present legislation on employment and discrimination, there already is, regarding employment, a requirement that the employer should do these reasonable workplace adjustments, otherwise it is discrimination. That's how I understood it. And then my question is, are there any cases where employers have been punished for having not done these adjustments? Is this also more a theoretical issue, or is it working also in practice? Thank you very much.
Thank you. I also have a question after you. Yeah.
Thank you. Listening to the explanation provided by the Ministry of Labor, I consistently heard equal pay for equal work. And the question was whether you apply the concept of equal pay for work of equal value. And when you explain to the companies the concept, do you also include this issue? You know, it's easy that you try to guarantee equal pay for the same work, which for, you know, female teachers, male teachers, female judges, male judges, you know, it's easy to understand, and nobody should be discriminated. But what he raised is equal pay for work of equal value, when the work is completely different, but you have to estimate what kind of responsibility, what level of skill is needed, you know, so it might be completely different work, but might have same value. So it needs government's effort to establish that kind of comparison, which work has the same value. and we need to give equal pay for work of equal value. That's what the convention means. So I want to ask you whether when you understand this concept, do you have this understanding of equal pay for work of equal value? That would be my question. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think in addition to that, there's an overarching question of computation. Have you taken the effort to calculate the unpaid care work economy in Taiwan? Because until you have that baseline and you know the size of your unpaid care work, then valuing work in different sectors becomes not completely objective. And your national accounting system is missing in certain areas because work that is unpaid is not integrated into your economic planning. And so the question is, in determining this equal work of equal value, do you have a baseline that says in the formal, in the informal sector, this is the level of unpaid care, this is the level of paid care, so that the size of your labor market and your economy is clear? Because this has also implications for the gender tax gap. And which impacts also on gender pension gaps. So if you are not looking at it as a spectrum, as a continuum, and you just start by saying, oh yes, we have a man and a woman working, they're spending 8 hours a day, 8 hours of cleaning and washing and sweeping may not be the same as 8 hours of a telephone receptionist. So valuing the work also means you have to expand your understanding of the care economy, the formal economy, the enterprise economy, the market economy. All of those make up your system. So do you have that baseline is a question that I would like to put to the government, because you are undertaking reforms, but against what background? Because if you don't have this data, then it's difficult to be able to assess how your progress is making an impact and closing gender gaps. And so I would like to turn to the delegation, maybe for quick answers, because we still have Article 12, where you have it and where you don't. And we thank you for the very extensive responses that we've received this morning. Thank you very much.
这个很多问题比较
Okay, the majority of these questions still fall under Ministry of Labor, especially about the calculation about equal work, equal pay, and for equal value and equal pay. And the unpaid work issue, we would like the Ministry of Labor to quickly answer this question. Regarding the question proposed, as we explained earlier on, for business entities, when they are promoting the right work concept of equal work for equal pay, we have a self-checklist, and we have revised the checklist every year. 2 years before, we tell the business entities, you need to understand the job descriptions of each role, not just looking at the same title or same job and then you have the same pay. It's not the same thing. So we are taking steps to guide the business entities to understand, first of all, understand their job descriptions, understand the values of these jobs, and to look at the standards of their pay. And for all employees, when the employers are understanding the job description, yes, we did not differentiate the paid and unpaid ratio. But overall, after the first step, they understand the jobs descriptions, then they can look at the pay that they provide for these jobs. Are there differences in different gender or gender orientations? That's the guidance right now. And the next question, we also like to ask the Ministry of Labor to take about the penalty.
Basically, for the reasonable accommodation for disabled people, we do have a guideline. In practice, I think our question in concern is actually the direct violation of Employment Service Act. So we do have, in the past 2 years, actual cases in court that citation because the employer refused to make reasonable accommodation for persons with disabilities. In the ruling, the judge made it very clear it's a violation of the Fair Employment Act. So the employee was the contract was terminated, so it was actually a lawsuit about employment. So that termination of employment contracts is a violation against law. Any additional information? If not, we're going to give the floor back to IRC. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. I want to appreciate the responses that you gave. I was hoping that we would hear about a national standard on valuation of work rather than leaving it to the discretion of individual companies. And so in that area, I'm not sure that the expectation on this side of the room was met. I also did not get any direct response to your calculation of your unpaid care economy, the size of it and how it relates to both the public and the private sector. But because we are moving on to Article 12, I would urge the head of delegation to provide those answers along with the answers from yesterday and to indicate when we would receive those answers in writing, short, crisp, so that it can help us in considering the recommendations to the government. Thank you.
好，谢谢
Thank you, Madam Chair. Then we can. Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to offer additional information. Actually, when it comes to equal pay for equal work, or equal pay for equal value, that indeed we are more focusing on these equal pay, and on it's the calculation of it is actually calculated on the basis of hourly pay. So we are not yet there to actually doing a evaluation of equal pay for equal value. Therefore, indeed, when it comes to data collection and computation, we haven't established a system for that. So for equal pay for equal value, because it will involve not only public sector, it will involve this immense private sector. So we need to do this step by step. We need to see first, have transparency of wages before we move on to the evaluation of the value. But definitely that will be one direction we are working toward to. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do you still have a response? No, thank you. Now I will yield the floor to Professor Letty to take Article 12. Thank you. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. At first, I want to congratulate to you on the quality of your health service system. However, I have some specific questions about women's health. The State Party reports that the contraceptive prevalence rate is 67% and provides data on maternal mortality and health indicators. Please provide information on access to sexual and reproductive health services, including disparities affecting marginalized women and regional disparities. Please indicate whether requirements such as spousal consent in case of married women or parental consent in case of adolescents remain as requirements for access to abortions. in vitro fertilization is permitted only for heterosexual couples. What are the reasons for excluding single women or married lesbian women? Please provide information on measures taken to ensure accessible and inclusive healthcare for women with disabilities, including the availability of adapted services such as counseling and disability-friendly facilities. Are there data of obstetric violence in hospital, especially against marginalized women? Please indicate how women, including women's organizations, are consulted in the development of health policies, particularly those related to reproductive rights. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. You have the floor, Minister.
谢谢。
Thank you. So I think these three questions are questions that should be taken by Ministry of Health and Welfare.
我
So Ministry of Health and Welfare for the National Health Agency, I would like to first take this question. So thank you very much for these questions. For the questions for reproductive health related services provided, so for different groups, including teenagers and parents, and also the educators and healthcare providers, we did develop different teaching materials and health education materials for these different groups. And we also have a copy and the version for disabled persons. And then that information will be provided on our Health 99 official website. And we also have dedicated sections on websites providing informations to different groups and communities. That is the first answer. And then when it comes to the Genetic Health Act, when it comes to the abortion option, that the spousal consent is required, that indeed when it comes to draft, we have already deleted that provision for the spousal consent. And in the deliberation process, we also would invite women's rights advocacy group to join the public hearing. And then we are going to follow the regulation amendment procedures to give announcements beforehand, and we will collect and consult with the public. So that is the information we have here for the second question. And for the Genetic Health Act, is still in the process of drafting and revision, and then there are conflicting views on that. So our government agency will continue to talk to women's rights group and also religious groups and parents groups. They have different arguments, and then we will continue to collect their opinions for the regulatory amendment work. So that are the two answers to the first two questions. With regard to health, maybe the Medical Affairs Department agency can answer the question. So the Medical Affairs from Ministry of Health and Welfare. So I would like to provide three pieces of information here. First, now in Taiwan, the coverage of national health insurance here in Taiwan is as high as 99.6%. Our public do enjoy quality accessibility to medical care. And for the medical facilities, the outpatient clinics, their accessibility environment for hospitals, they have to comply with this accessibility law. And then now for outpatient clinics, there are no specific requirement for outpatient clinics for accessible facilities. However, we have incentive programs to help these outpatient clinics to build accessible environment. And every year we have 15 million of budget to help these outpatients to build accessible and friendly environment. And then we have around more than 2,000 outpatients clinic have already been subsidized so they can build an accessible and friendly environment. That's additional information we have. Ministry of Health, any additional information? I think the National Health Agency. So the mortality rate of pregnant women and also the accessibility of reproductive health. And then I think for the maternity mortality rate, that to our statistics, the numbers, I think it's already stated in the report. And then for the mortality rate of maternal mortality rate has been gradually reducing, and then it's already down to a level that is on par with international standard. And when it comes to medical services, especially accessibility to relevant information. So the information of medical accessibilities are all offered to these relevant groups. And also the medical affair office also said that it's actually quite convenient for our citizens to seek medical help in Taiwan. So here, I would like to address the questions that are not yet answered. Vulnerable women, minority group women, when it comes to their accessibility to gynecologists, or OBGYN, are they suffering any harassment or violence? And then do you have any preventive measures for that? And then also for Ministry of Education, there is actually a manual for disabled women that is published by Ministry of Education. So maybe you can talk more about that, but we would like to ask Ministry of Health to go first. So this is Protective Service Office. So for medical facilities and OBGYN clinics, should there be sexual harassment issues? So the Sexual Harassment Prevention Act, basically for medical facilities, there are liabilities for the operators of these patient clinics and hospital facilities. So they have to put in place the remediation and measures to prevent sexual harassment, and in and during there are supportive measures. And if they fail to comply to these policies, there are also penalties for them. So that is the preventive measures for sexual harassment prevention. And Ministry of Education, so these manual for resource manual for disabled women, for different age groups of women. So we have manual for 0 to 18 years old disabled women, and we are now collecting data of the actual application of this manual at different levels of education facilities. And then we are going to follow up on that and continue to update the manual accordingly. And any other agencies or government ministries would like to respond to this health-related issue? If not, now I'm going to give time back to our IRC. So additional information. Personally, at 11:15, I have to leave first because I have to attend a meeting. So if we haven't finished by then, now I'm going to ask Director General Lin to take over for moderating the answering process.
Thank you very much, Head of Delegation. I'm sure we're making steady progress, and we should be able to finish. I'm coming back to this side of the room for follow-up questions, and I'm sure that you have the floor, Letty, for you have no follow-up questions? Any? So for Article 12, I believe that we do not have any other follow-up questions, but I would like to place a reminder on the table for the questions that yesterday we were told we would receive answers today. And I think there was one other question this morning about unpaid care work that we said we will get in writing. Just a reminder that I know the head of delegation may be stepping out and handing over to a colleague, that we want assurance to know when we would receive those from the minister, so that because we will need it in the preparation of the report. And I yield that to you before we close the session and adjourn for the break. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yesterday, it was mainly the MOI that needs to provide the answer in written form. And this morning, we talked about unpaid care and also the national evaluation of and calculation standard for equal pay, equal work, equal pay for equal work and equal value. And I think the Ministry of Labor can coordinate this. If we have any answers to follow up, we require everyone to provide your written answer this afternoon, including the question asked today, proposed today. So both written answers from yesterday and today must be provided by this afternoon. Thank you.
And I'm sure I hand over back to you. And thank you for a very interactive morning session for the articles. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now we take a 15 minutes break, and we'll be back by 10:47. We'll be back by 10:47. Thank you very much for your participation. 各位贵宾，那接下来呢是我们中场休息的时间，我们休息15分钟。等一下15分钟10:47回来之后呢，是我们的委员会和 NGO 的会议哦。再次谢谢各位贵宾的参与。那同时呢，提醒如果部会要缴交补充资料的话呢，请在我们今天会议6点半结束之前，备好7份英文版以及2份中文版呢，帮我们送交到场外的报到处就可以了。如果有要缴交补充资料的部会呢，请在今天会议下午6点半结束之前呢，准备7份英文版以及2份中文版呢，送交到场外的报到处。谢谢。 是，
这边是不太容易搜寻到网络，
网络
还是它有提供网络？
它有 WiFi，只是它是可能你到那个报告处那边问他一下，它的密码是什么？对，因为它最开始的时候是有秀在这个网络上面。对对对。 好，我们 NGO 的伙伴，我们前面的位置都可以坐哦，谢谢。
就早上时间稍微多一点，10到12场，
对对对，
就看其他是要分2次还是1次。
好，好。
So we'll wait for another 10 minutes.
Okay, welcome back, and we're now in another session with the NGOs. 那接下来呢，是我们委员会和非政府组织的另外一场会议哦。那我们等一下呢，会聚焦的是第10条到第12条。We are going to focus on Article 10 to 12。那各位伙伴呢，我们每次发言以1分钟为限。那每一轮呢，我们会以还没有发言过的 NGO 伙伴为优先，可以发言。谢谢。Okay, and now back to the Madam Chair to open this session for us.
Thank you very much and good morning. You are welcome to day 2 of the review, the 5th review, CEDAW review process. And as usual, we will be taking NGO additional inputs to presentations on Articles 10, 11, and 12. And now I'd like to open the floor for Article 10. And I urge you to please focus your inputs, contributions to Article 10 to make it easy for us to distill the recommendations. Otherwise, it becomes difficult. And so, for those who are taking the floor, I'm sure you will help with the time management, as has been the practice. So it's open now for inputs to Article 10. Thank you.
好，第10条有想要回应。
Anyone who would like to raise comments on Article 10? None from row 1? Maybe we can start from row 2. Thank you. So on behalf of the Equality of Life Rights Association, so on Article 10 to 11, so you are not really responding to the actual equality of women. Many of the women had to quit their jobs to take care of family, and they losing their career opportunity due to rearing their children. So there are no results. There are only measures. It's not about setting how much budget aside. It's truly about how women can have equal access to development opportunities. We ask the government to provide actual results, including information on women's pay gap and then the promotional pay gap. And also, we want to see the actual improvement, not only beautiful numbers. And also, I think sustainability is the fashion here for healthy advancement for women's rights. And women, if their status can be improved, then we are definitely increase family happiness in the society and reducing social issues. I think in third row, we can start from here. Thank you, please. Good morning. This is the Taiwan New Sexual Education Association, and then we have been doing this for many years, and we're very welcome on campuses across Taiwan. And we also provide the only sexuality education in Taiwan. This is something that the government should take pride in. However, overnight, because the gender equality advocacy groups in one line, we are being lined and attacked as the opposition as a party in opposition to comprehensive gender education. So they're making these attacks on us due to their ideology. However, sexuality education is very important. We need to do it right to protect our teenage children. For example, we have these serious issues in terms of STD transmission on campus. And then these gender equality education organizations in Taiwan, they don't have past experiences, and they're only sourcing from these online influencers information. Therefore, we need to urge the government to take into account the importance of proper sexuality education. Please stop these non-professional organizations to take step into campus. And also, the Ministry of Education should take a neutral ground to serve as.
谢谢。好，接下来下一位伙伴。
Next one. This is Taiwan Mothers Shield Alliance. And we have the textbook in Taiwan to actually teaching the children to set the healthy boundaries, but they also have this additional manual. So on page 107, there is a teaching program here. There is a song. The boy said, "Can I just putting my penis in? And your husband has not come back, so I have these heart racing." And the girl said in this lyrics that, yes, you can come in for a little bit. So this is additional information, material for these teaching material. Why it? Because on the fourth CEDAW or in the past 2 covenants review, you have been promoting comprehensive gender education. Is this what you're aiming for? Is this your ideal gender equality education? If we don't have these preventive measures put in place, it's going to harm our next generation. Thank you. The one next to you, this is the Taiwan Parents Association for Children's Rights. According to Article 10, the equal access to education rights. And then also we have these Article 19 and Article 10 of the Gender Equality Education Act. We had these comprehensive guideline for these comprehensive gender sexuality education. And then also many articles emphasize the importance of sexuality and sex. And they're not really teaching a lot of sexual health. And for example, there are kind of improper lyrics that are quoted in the manuals, and also asking boys and girls in the classroom to talk about penises. And then this is the so-called comprehensive sexual education. This is actually blindly translating the so-called advanced countries' ideologies. And then these competent authorities in action in standing guard, and then we think we need to take a review of the implementation of Article 10. And then also it's actually heavily impacting the sexual health of children, and we are not seeing the women's health improved. And then we are actually seeing these sexual transmitted diseases for women.
谢谢，我们还是聚焦在第10条。
Please focus on Article 10. Please focus your input on Article 10. Thank you. So this is the Taiwan Equality Education Association. So even the Ministry of Education has been promoting the comprehensive sexual education. However, it's just a supplemented manual. So they haven't taken a full inventory of the entire curriculum. So it's actually a big disparity between the curriculum and also the manual, and then also the spirits of comprehensive sexual education. And also a lot of these organizations are taking the content out of the context and then launch their attack, and they only focus on chastity, these kind of ABC kind of sex education. They are negatively emphasizing the risk of sex. So they're again stigmatizing sex. We want the government to amend the curriculum to complement and also comprehensively review the curriculum for improvement. Thank you.
没有发言的吗？
This is the Awakening Foundation. We suggest that the reviewers can look at the overall resource allocation imbalance and the lack of effective evaluation. The problem of sexual education in Taiwan is because since the Gender Equality Education Act was enacted 20 years ago, in order to reinforce the education, we don't have the right environment and the resources for the gender equality events investigation in society, in the campus, but we don't have the relevant and correspondent teaching methods and teaching materials and the teachers' training. So we don't have the corresponding resources invested. So gender equality education so far, is it really substantially equal? And do we have the fundamental research to really look at the systematic changes and the overall changes of students' mentality and trends? So we are unable to substantially adjust accordingly. Thank you. We are the Ministry of Education encourage female to invest in STEM regions, but for female students with disabilities are actually unable to choose STEM courses. For example, laboratories need to make accommodations, but these hardwares are not accommodated for disabilities. The Minister of Education should make regulations for reasonable accommodations to assist these students with disabilities. Thank you. I would like to talk about the transitional justice encompassing the female perspective, because when women are talking about their transitional justice and trauma, they are talking about this history. They're not just talking about systematic violation, but they're also part of the victims and sexual assault. But the society rarely focus on their narrations. So when we are searching for truth and searching for the significance of the Taiwan history, when Ministry of Culture are outsourcing these works, are they including the female perspective, women's perspective in transitional justice? And I think that's a very important issue in all of our contracted cases. We shouldn't just make males heroes and disregard the special experiences of women. We are from the Parent Protect Women and Children Association. We believe that the government continues to disregard the realistic environment of children and women. The government says in number 30 that the curriculum is diverse, but there are sex innuation lyrics that are used in the courses. We can see in our teaching materials, and all of these lyrics that are quoted with sexual innuation, these should not be offered for download on school websites by minors. This Tonsi hotline. Right now, the Sexual Equality Education Act is implemented in Taiwan. So every semester in schools, there are 4 hours of sexual equality courses. But the government have never really established a comprehensive evaluation mechanism. So in reality, the teachers reflect that gender equality education focus more on gender-based violence, and LGBTQ diverse gender educations and sexual education are not focused on. So I think we encourage the government to focus on different themes so that they can really be implemented in the schools. Regarding Article 10, are there any other NGOs that would like to respond?
Thank you very much. I believe we will now proceed to Article 11, and I would urge that we give the floor to those who haven't taken the floor to have the opportunity to engage for this next round of Article 11, which is on employment. The floor is open, please. Thank you.
好，接下来我们聚焦第11条哦，我们给还没有发。
Even though same-sex marriage has been legalized in Taiwan for 7 years, it doesn't mean that discrimination at workplace has disappeared. In reality, in practice, we notice that there are LGBT diverse gendered employees who are afraid to take marital leave or parental leave, and transgenders because it's difficult for them to change their sex on their IDs. It's very difficult. So when they are looking for employment, they face a lot of unreasonable barriers and discriminations, even though these discriminations can be dealt by our law, but penalizing discrimination is the last resort. I think at root we should educate the public and the employees. The government should reinforce labor inspection and education, and they should understand they should have the responsibility to understand diverse genders. Thank you very much. I would like to follow up. I am the Taiwan Alliance to Promote Civil Partnership Rights. Transgender employment in Taiwan is very difficult. The main barrier comes from it's very difficult for them to change their sex. So their sex and their gender, legal gender, and their own psychological gender is very different. Gender identification is very different. So there are serious discriminations at work. For example, transgender women are asked to wear male attire to work by the employer, and I think that's gender discrimination. This is 2 years ago, the Ministry of Labor expanded the sexual harassment surveyor training courses and included gender cases. And included transgender cases, and I've personally taken these courses many times, and they are all against of these cases and even have run evaluations of transgenders. So we think to prevent secondary discrimination, the personnel should have more understanding of transgenders in their trainings. Thank you. I'm talking on behalf of the Taipei Twin Alliance Association and Taipei Twin Associations and Jenna Lin Education Foundation. Mental health at work is very important, but there isn't enough training provided for these trainees. And we can see in all of these trainings, we've rarely talked about twins. Twins have contributed so much to the declining birth rate in Taiwan, but the mothers are facing domestic violence issues because of raising twins or multiple births, and they would like to have longer parental leaves because they have 2 or more children. And in these family statistics, we don't see twins or multiple births. So whether it's people seeking care or the intensity of care, these are not seen. Thank you. The Taipei Bar Association, in the disparity of gender ratio in police environment, we can see there is still an unfriendly environment for sexual harassment complaints, and there are no gender equality committee established internally. We see female police being relocated because they have bad performances. The police are not eligible to the labor workplace survey, and when the CSOs engage them, we find that these female police are worried about retaliation, so they don't reflect as much. We would now like to invite more CSOs, NGOs. Thank you. This is the Covenant Watch. Of refusing to provide reasonable accommodation, is it discrimination? In our Anti-Discrimination Act, it constitutes discrimination, but it's an act that has not been adopted. In our Employment Act, it forbids discrimination, but there is no definition about discrimination. When it was revised in 2025, reasonable adjustment is a new concept in Taiwan. So they refuse to penalize or they refuse to state that unable to provide reasonable accommodation means discrimination, and that this is a citation of the 2014 CPRD Enactment Act, and we encourage the reviewers to encourage the government to state that reasonable accommodation is required and that it constitutes discrimination if not provided.
Rights Association. 第11条聚焦在女性就
Article 11 focuses on female work and non-official and non-formal work and responsibility. Sex workers are where women should be seen. Sex workers are eliminated from the legal labor system, even though they have the national pension and health insurance, but they don't have the labor identity and they are not allowed to labor pension or parental leave. And they're often stigmatized from applying for various social subsidies. We hope the reviewers can encourage the government to be the first to include sex workers and especially women and diverse genders into the non-official economic and vulnerable women group. And secondly is to legalize the stigmatization penalty. We are from the Disability Association in Taiwan for independent living in Taiwan. We know that the government has a lot of policies, but they lack by the Ministry of Labor, but they lack the protection for women with disability. For example, the subsidy for childcare at workplace, but it doesn't accommodate for people with disabilities, so their children are not supported. And the Ministry of Health and Welfare, when they are looking at the female workforce support, they are not supporting the women with disabilities in terms of their personal assistance or domestic assistance. And we should have a clear definition about reasonable accommodation, and there should be a reasonable remedy system.
Let's give the floor to colleagues and partners who haven't made comments yet, please. Awakening Foundation, making comments for the first time today. We talk about these public daycare service. Yes, indeed, the government made a significant progress. We want to point out that daycare service for preschoolers under age 2, that we still face this huge disparity between rural and urban areas. We don't have a lot of services available in rural area. Probably we need to rely more on the public services rather than on the market supply. So we would like to draw your attention to that, because in Taiwan we are a super aging society already, and the women as the main caretaker in the family, they are facing a huge burden. And then now in the future, the women of Taiwan is going to face this huge obstacle for their career development, because after their mid-age, that they had to disrupt their career development due to the domestic care needs. We have observed a lot of women, they have to go home and take care of their elders, and then they actually have this early retirement that is going to affect the pension they get on annual basis, and they're going to put them in the risk of later years poverty. Therefore, we would like to draw your attention to gender-friendly measures for long-term care, for example, like subsidies for allowance or these long-term care leave, so that we can strike a balance. Thank you very much.
Regarding Article 11, is it okay that we open the floor to the NGOs that have talked already for Article 11, or we move on to? 好，那接下来呢，我们继续针对。
Okay, now we are going to move on to Article 11. Any of the NGOs, this one, these partners here. So, Sister, again, second, making comments, the Taiwan Mother's Shield Alliance about the daycare, the government is really committed to providing daycare services. But we actually have to see, we do have a good supply. However, the quality, we see a big disparity. For example, the teachers, their qualities, and sometimes is quite concerning. So that is one area to attention to. And also the daycare policies encourage them to actually send their kids to daycare services. And for mothers, they don't receive a lot of subsidies for them who are willing to take care of their kids at home. So this is discrimination against motherhood. Thank you. So these Alliance for Disabled People in Taiwan. So about the reasonable accommodation, I would like to offer additional information. According to the Disabled People Protection Act, is still deliberating in Legislative Yuan about reasonable accommodation, whether it's a discrimination definition. So we see that both two parties want to see that the rejection to make reasonable accommodation constitute discrimination, and there should be penalties. However, the authoritative branch, so competent authorities still refuse to adopt that, and they want to they are not really thinking about how to really promote the practices in business and private sector. And for the disabled women, especially the category 1 mentally disabled women, when it comes to their employment participation, they are only half of the normal women's participation. And then in terms of the policy change, they are not factoring into the past research guidelines. The government failed to do so. Any other additional information? Taiwan Hotline Association, second time making comments for transgender people in Taiwan in career workplace. A lot of trans people face great difficulties in seeking employment, and the Hotline Association did a transgender people census workplace experience, and then we saw like 40% of these transgender people, they have to go into the closet, and also more than 40% of them have to go into the closet. And so that is a very high percentage. And also that for another part, and then if they have difficulty in finding employment, and then they cannot save enough of money for their gender marker change. So that is actually very difficult for their daily life, because in Taiwan, so far, because it is required to go through a surgery for gender marker change. So they also face the difficulty of economic difficulty. And also big enterprises in Taiwan, the DEI only policies are relatively implemented in big business and SMEs in Taiwan. We still see a majority of them. We still need to see government show their support for DEI implementation. Any other people?
好，有请。
Please, these Women's Rights and Sustainable Development Association. So this morning, our review committee mentioned about these the balance of raising children and work. So I think the Ministry of Labor gave a response that mainly focus on fragmented measures they have and the solutions they have. However, we are not seeing an overarching system change and overarching strategies. For example, that nurses in Taiwan, we see a very high attrition rate. And these nurses, they have to take like night shifts, and they have to take care of the patients and as well as their families. But it's really difficult to retain the nurses. The nurses should not individually shoulder up the so-called family and career balance. Is it about a time management issue, or should we actually take a systematic national institutionalized protection for them so they can better serve their patients? And for healthcare,
委员们可以在给予我们的建议的时候可以增加，谢谢。
谢谢，还有其他。
any other NGO representatives? Please turn off your microphone in the NGO seats.
Much for all the additional inputs and perspectives from the civil society. I think they're very well noted. I don't see any questions for CSO. And so we will now turn to Article 12 and open the floor also for first-time speakers in the first instance. Yes. Thank you.
好，接下来我们聚焦的是第12条哦。我们首先
We are focusing on Article 12, so we are going to give the floor first to those who hasn't made comments. First row. So this is the Taiwan Mental Health Association. We would like to urge the review committee to factor in that mental health as a critical element of women's health, because we always focus on women's physical health. We actually neglected the mental health aspects. And then for our association, we are doing a lot of work in the community, and in our practice, we observed that a lot of the mental difficulties comes from stigmatization about gender-based violence and exclusion of education. So it's all tied together. And in Taiwan, we actually take a very piecemeal solution, and also they're overly medicalized. Therefore, we would like to ask the government to establish a mental health policy to further build and enhance and empower the victims, their resilience. And also we would like to see a support system and training for mental health people with mental disabilities. And also we see the women with neurodivergence can also enjoy a safe environment without stigmatization. So this is the Taiwan Mother's Shield Association. When government promotes the egg freezing policies without disclosing fully the risks, for example, the risk of cancer inducing procedures, and also they did not actually disclose the risks of stillbirth. And then also in Taiwan, that we actually see the lesbian couples using the in vitro procedures. It's pretty much like it's in practice a surrogacy approach. And then also for the surrogacy, it's putting a lot of risks on the surrogacy mothers. And we don't really have enough regulation, a risk evaluation for this parental relationship recognition legally. And then I think the assisted reproductive procedure should go back to the purpose of the medical purpose. And then our draft has been excluding the application of Civil Code of Article number 1067. So the sperm donor the offspring of the sperm donor would not really know who the birth father is for the entirety of their life. It's a violation of children's rights. And Taiwan's LGBT family rights advocacy to answer the question that the assisted reproductive technology is only limited to heterosexual couples, even though there is a draft amendment. However, there is no guarantee that this draft bill will be adopted in the legislative yuan. We would like to urge the government to take active approach. And then also, we don't see any researches or statistic numbers to actually see the impact, potential impact for those people of need. And now if we cannot accelerate this amendment, then we would like to urge the government to conduct researches to accelerate the reformation. And also there should be supportive measures in place, for example, anti-discriminatory measures to make sure that those users of these assisted technologies would not be discriminated against. Second role, this is the Taiwan Birthright Reform Association about obstetrics violence. So in your question, you actually mentioned that the government should actually provide information of the numbers of the obstetric violence number. It was not answered this morning. I think this is actually because our government failed to understand the different types and the profiles of obstetrics violence, because international society has already seek the obstetric violence reduction. So I think in Taiwan, not only marginalized women suffer from obstetric violence, the majority of the women, they actually suffer different degrees of obstetric violence without consent, procedures being taken, and no privacy protected. And then also there was no risk disclosed. So it's a violation of CEDAW. Therefore, I think the measure they should start to adopt measure to collect the data. So this is the Judicial Reform Foundation. So according to the response by the Ministry of Welfare, we are very positive that they're already removing the draft in the draft that the spousal's consent for abortion. However, we saw that they said they're continue to collecting the opinions of religious groups. So I would like to know the timetable for the amendment of the draft, and then also do they have the plan to submit for legislative yuan? The women's reproductive rights is protected by and autonomy is protected by Constitution. I think we should avoid that amendment of the law being delayed due to difference in opinion. Therefore, we would like to ask the review committee to urge the government to ask the Ministry of Health to give a specific timetable. So the first time, the National Bar Association, so Article 12, that the women still need a spousal consent for abortion. I would like to talk about that. The first CEDAW recommendation has already asked there should be a removal of spousal consent for abortion. However, ever since the last review, there was no specific progress made. Even the Ministry of Welfare and Health responded that they are still working on it, but they're still collecting opinions. So that was their response. However, it's not actually changing anything. That married women without spousal consent, when they go through a abortion procedure, they will still be charged with criminal code violation. Therefore, we would like to urge the committee to urge the government to take a more active approach rather than collecting opinions only. And also, we would like to urge the government to show a timetable rather than further kicking the can down the road. Article 12. Taiwan Association of Gender Sexuality Rights Protection for the surrogacy and assisted reproductive rights. It should not only talk about reproductive autonomy of women, it will affect women's and children's health. So I think there should be a full disclosure of the risks involved and also the health risks to teen minors and children and the women. And then because for these assisted reproductive procedures, they need to inject a great amount of hormones, and it's going to induce a high percentage of cancer and then pregnancy, chronic diseases, and high blood pressure. And then also for children, and the health risk is a lot higher. It's actually 1.5 to 6 times higher health risks. And there may be occurrence of critical diseases like children's cancer, high blood pressure, and also the genotype presentation of the gene may change. And there are neurodevelopment issues. Therefore, these assisted reproductive procedure not only affect women's health, but also children's health.
好，第三排。
Taiwan Parents Protect Women and Children Association. My apologies, I wasn't aware of the routine, so I mentioned Article 12 at Article 10. I would like to say that the sexual diseases in Taiwan, including AIDS and syphilis, in 2021 to 2026, from the ages 15 to 26, there's an increase, especially the female patients is higher than male, and female syphilis is higher than female. These female sexual diseases are higher see a higher increase by 10 to 21%, and I think the significance of these numbers should be reviewed. We should see a statistics review of this, but we don't see the government doing this job right now, and we think the government should do so. Thank you. This is the Garden of Hope Foundation. The reproductive rights of female is about law protection, and it's whether female can really exercise their autonomy and rights. In recent years, Taiwan has been promoting gender equality, but the women are still unable to seize pregnancy or emergency pregnancy prevention, and especially on minors from remote areas. They see an intersectionality of the risks. They need to pay a higher cost to access the same medical services. So we urge the government to follow Article 12 of CEDAW and to look at give women back their rights and autonomy to reproduction, and also remove the requirement for spousal consent for abortion. Thank you. We are the Liangling Education Association, and we would like to look at the mental health facilitation and counseling of pregnant women. We think this is about post remedy, and it lacks the front-end social support. A lot of the pregnant women are facing postpartum depression, and they are unable to leave their house, or they're too busy taking care of children and not able to leave their house. So I think the government should work with CSOs to build family resilience programs, combine the spouses and family support network. We are now lacking the prevention. This is an unspoken discrimination against women. We should develop preventive family resilience and interactive programs. This is the Women's Rescue Foundation. We believe assisted reproduction technology should be discussed differently from surrogacy. For over the 2 decades, surrogacy has been wrapped in package in discussion with assisted reproduction, but assisted reproduction Act is about different people, and surrogacy is about people who commission the surrogacy. If we combine the two, then this is just making it too easy, but making it very easy for the discussion, but difficult for the legislation. Therefore, we think that the Assisted Reproduction Act amendment should first deal with allowing single women and female spouses to use the technology, so that people who really need this do not miss their opportunity for reproduction.
Advancement of children's rights. Recently, I read a secondary school sexuality education guide, and I feel concerned. For example, the guide includes a first-person description of sexual violence and uses drinking tea as a metaphor for sexual intercourse. As a student, I worry that these activities could cause distress to students who have experienced trauma and may also lead to embarrassment, teasing, or secondary harm during classroom discussions. CEDAW Article 10 and 12 call for a safer environment and the protection of women's physical and mental health. I respectfully encourage the government to review its teaching materials to ensure that sexuality education protects girls instead of creating additional psychological pressure. Thank you.
好，接下来是右半边的第5排的伙伴，有请。
台湾障碍女性平权连线周倩如发言。那刚刚针对
For this is the Taiwan Disabled Women Alliance for Equal Rights. We've talked about women's rights for disabilities. We have earlier on, the government responded that there are over 2,000 clinics, but only 7.5% of the clinics are subsidized. But people with disabilities or women with disabilities, if they need to go to the clinics and they have children that need accompany them, it's very difficult for them to use these facilities. And women with disabilities, when they go to hospitals, even though there are accessible facilities, it's difficult for them to use, especially for when we go through different examinations. We recommend that the demo sites should continue to be promoted. And second, with these reward programs, they should be adjusted, because even though the clinics are selected for these reward programs, they would say you cannot receive checkup here. This is the Alliance for Independent Living in Taiwan. Even though Ministry of Health and Welfare talked about accessibility facilities, but women with disabilities, we still rely on the goodwill of the clinics, and it depends on whether the clinic actually has real accessible facilities for us to enter. So I think there should be a systematic review of all of these facilities so that we have the accessibility accessible facilities. Right now, there are also urban and remote area gaps. For these rural area gaps for women with disabilities, the higher the disability, they need to pay more out of their own pockets to hire people to help them. So we think there should be personal assistance provided to women with disabilities, and also there should be a reasonable accommodation made to these clinics and medical environments to provide us assistance, but so far there are no comprehensive and effective plans. The medical information in Taiwan lacking, for example, reasonable accommodation. It's very difficult to ensure that women with disabilities can access the medical services required. In addition to, there are hospitals with accessible facilities, but in addition to facilities, we need accessible provision of medical knowledges. And right now, we need support for women with disabilities. And there are still medical personnel who are more protective, and this mentality of protectionism will affect the health of women with disabilities and their autonomy to pregnancy. And I hope that medical institutions should have relevant trainings for all of these accessibilities. This is the Covenant's Watch. I would like to respond to the foreign domestic workers' rights. It involves their work rights and their health rights. The government has a lot of outreach and campaigns for them, but because they are not covered under our labor's Basic Act, so they rely on the goodwill of the employees, and governments don't really understand about the conditions of their life and work. For example, what's the percentage of the privacy violation, or what's the percentage of sexual harassment or sexual assault? Are they able to take rest when they are feeling unwell, or do they have access to medical services? So please advise and recommend the government to follow ILO 189 to draft relevant legislative protections. Thank you. This is the Taiwan Association for the Taiwan Equality Campaign. In 2024, we have various surveys, and the support for assisted reproduction is 70%, and that's the latest survey. We have for 2 women to get married and to be able to produce their own children through assisted reproduction. We currently have a draft. We should encourage the adoption of the act, and we hope that women in Taiwan, whether or not they are married or not, they can use assisted reproduction to bear their own child despite their sexual orientation. This is the Awakening Foundation. We would like to talk about the post-event prevention towards the contraceptive pills, the morning after contraceptive pills. Right now, Taiwan requires that you need a prescription to buy contraceptive pills, but the reality is, even if you don't have a prescription, you can get it. And the government is enforcing that remote areas cannot. We are worried that there are women who cannot access contraceptive pills during holidays and weekends, and they are unable. And with the OBGYN decreasing their sessions, they are unable to gain the access to these contraceptive pills, and we hope we don't violate their privacy along the way as well.
Taiwan Parents Shield Association, third time making comments. I would like to raise the issue about the making the emergency contraceptive pill available over the counter. There are different approaches in different countries. In Taiwan, it's still a prescriptive pill that is required to have doctor's prescription. But I think it makes sense because we cannot only explain this about women's body and health autonomy. So, for example, there are the hormones percentages actually 1 to 8 times of the general contraceptive pill. Some of the doctors are recommending that this kind of contraceptive pill for emergency use should be prevented from taking more than 3 times a year. And then 60% of the parents think that for those teenage girls under age 18 should not have access to emergency contraceptive pills. Taiwan Hotline Association. For the LGBT groups' access to health care, that according to the Ministry of Health, in 2024, they have a guideline for LGBT health care. But for these transgender people, their experience in practice, according to our survey made by the Hotline Association, 30% of the transgender people would actually avoid going to doctors because of this intolerance in the medical setting. And then we would need to change the first-line medical health care's attitude. It's critical, but still not enough, because we also need to improve the entire medical setting hardware and systems. And also for transgender people, they don't have enough of medical resources available for them. For example, according to the survey, that a lot of these transgender people think that where they are, they don't have access to enough of medical resources. And then also there is a disparity between west and eastern part of Taiwan, and there is a disparity of urban and rural areas. Thank you. I would like to also talk about transgender people's access to health care. According to the Ministry of Health, we have a 99% of national health insurance coverage in Taiwan, but I would like to remind our review committee that, for example, the transgender people, they need hormones treatment, and then that treatment is excluded, not reimbursed by national health insurance. So we can see the unfriendliness of these healthcare workers toward transgender people, and then also they have to pay a high percentage out of their own pocket for their own healthcare. And also a lot of teens, they had to actually go underground to buy the hormone pills. So they're facing a huge health risks. Therefore, we would like to urge that the national health insurance should also include reimbursement for the medical needs for transgender people, and also the healthcare workers, they should improve their awareness of transgender people's situation. We should see a balance of disparity between urban and rural areas, and also the executive yuan draft is excluding transgender people entirely. Taiwan Mother Shield Alliance, again, second time, about this emergency contraceptive pills. The pharmacist, for over-the-counter non-prescription requirement, the pharmacists, they need additional training, and if we make this over-the-counter available, then it's going to further exacerbate the sexual exploitation. And then if they can go to get a contraceptive pill by going to the doctors, and then there is a touch point for these required reporting of the possible sexual exploitation of teens and children, because the doctors in the clinic would ask about the last time period, when did that come, and whether they are pregnant. So I think the teenage girls, they need more than just one pill. They need to be seen. They need to be protected. And also in Japan, and the pharmacists need to provide this one-to-one consultation, and they need further training, and also a parent's companion is also required. NGO sitting in the back row. This Women Rescue Foundation, when it comes to digital gender-based violence, a lot of women are suffering from cyber gender-based violence, and then that lead to further stigmatization and their self-stigmatization, and lead to mental health issues, and then that is barring them from going to schools and then find employment. Even the government actually are subsidizing up to 3 times of counseling services, but the quota is exhausted very early on in many of the counties and cities. I think for the sexual intimacy images violence, we need to see more support from the government. Therefore, we would like to urge the government to give more support to those victims of cyber gender-based violence. The Twin Association of Taiwan, we would like to emphasize again, be it to Assisted Reproductive Act or the protection for these older pregnant women, that the government said there are only 158 cases of that. But actually for these twins cases, they are all the old age pregnant women. And also we are not seeing any statistics and data. And then there is no figures. And then I think these twins issues, they are the hidden figure. This is an issue that we need to raise, and then we would like to see the government need to recognize the severity of the issue, and also be it this pregnancy and prenatal care, and also the assisted reproductive care needed by the woman, that we don't see, we are not seeing any of the mental health support for these kind of women. It's like workshops are not enough. You need to actually hold their hands, to actually show them the differences in culture, and to actually give them different support accordingly. Thank you very much. Anyone who hasn't talked yet? Taiwan LGBT family advocacy group, so that the government are actually providing family health support to heterosexual families. For LGBTQ families' needs, they don't have enough understanding. For example, for public funded these vaccines, for example, the new born baby within 6 months of their birth, they cannot take the vaccine. However, for their physical care, the parents should be able to have access to the vaccines. However, like we mentioned yesterday, the same-sex lesbian couples, they need to adopt the children because they are the legal strangers. Therefore, they don't have access to that free vaccine. So that is a big gap of health care. And also, a lot of policies would still identify its mothers and fathers. So that is excluding different types of families. Two representatives in the back row. Taiwan Mother Shield Alliance. I would like to offer additional information. Executive Yuan, when they submitted the draft for assisted reproductive act. So we did a nationwide survey. 80% of the people are against making the assistive reproductive technology to lesbian couples and then single women. So they're against that. That is a number for the review committee. And for the emergency contraceptive pill, I think we should really take factor into the needs of the teenage girls, because the majority of the needs come from the teenage girls. So I think we need to be very careful and cautious in that regard. Article 12. Any other additional comments and input? Taiwan Association of Gender Sexuality Rights about this sexuality health. I think the sexuality teachers number on campuses are far from enough, and then the implementation of sexuality health education is far from enough. Therefore, I urge the government and the state to adopt concrete research numbers, and also the need to employ professionally trained educators for these on-campus training. And a second time making the comments on the Taiwan Association for Sexuality Education when it comes to emergency contraceptive pill, teenage girls, when it comes to avoiding pregnancy, that if you make this available, they are going to pop the pills on the regular basis. Therefore, they would not be using, for example, unprotected sex, or they would not want to use, for example, condoms for these kind of regular contraceptive measures. So they're just popping the pills, then it's going to lead to these huge risks to their health. This is something we need to take into consideration. And also, as an educator, that I have to urge that professional organizations are critical to delivering professional sexuality education. I would like to urge the state to take a neutral stance, because we have been doing this for a very long time to help the state. Do not brand us as a outcast. This should not be happening. Article 12, anyone want to make comments? The Twin Association. So on behalf of Mental Health Association in Taiwan, mental health is very important. But in all the discussion we have, assistive reproduction, be it health education, but you're not talking about mental health at all. And even the National Health Agency, when you talk about mental health, they would ask you to go to the mental health office. So I think you should not have these bipolar approach. It should not be a binary approach. It's not like you have the mental health on the one side, you have these different physical issues on the one hand. You should take these two tiers approach at the same time. Mental health is very important. We need to pay more attention to that. And then also, like we said, disadvantaged groups. For example, these people suffering from mental and physical disabilities, they also need mental health rather than rushing in the help after the crisis, after the fact. And then we don't have enough funding for that. Thank you. And then before we return the time back to the Madam Chair, any other comments to make?
Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Appreciate all of the comments and the perspectives that were shared on Articles 10, 11, and 12. But I would, however, want to, since we have a little time on our hands, get CSO perspectives on the issue of unpaid care, because nobody spoke about it in your interventions. What is the view of the civil society about calculating? Because a lot of the questions and the comments you're raising actually are linked with inadequate data and information on the size of your unpaid care economy and the amount of work that is done either in the formal or the informal sector, which now affects employability and income of women and men differently. So do you have any views or comments of that? That's one. And then we also put to the government the issue of a national standards on work valuation. Any views, any comments from the civil society before we rise for lunch, for lunch break? Any comments? No views?
好，根据刚才主席提出的。
So based on these unpaid labor, do we have any other comments coming from the CSOs? So I have to say, when it comes to these long-term care calculation and surveys, we don't have sufficient work in that, because in Taiwan, ever since 2005, we didn't have these kind of survey accumulated over the years. The only one we have is the Ministry of Health on regular basis. They actually have the survey of the women's living condition, but it's not comprehensive. They're only targeting women from age 15 to 60 years old. And then when it comes to this comparison of unpaid labor, they actually survey and sampled women aged between 15 to 60. And then if they have these co-living spouse, and then they would actually survey the women with co-living spouse. But that is the only source of information we have, but it's actually highly inaccurate because it's overlooking, for example, these young caretakers on paid labor, and also we see these old taking care of the old, and those are not really factored into the national survey. Any other additional comment to make?
I personally worked as the local government or central government gender equality commission commissioner, and from my experiences, female unpaid labor is on a larger level than male. And in addition to time, the female spend more time, actually 3 times higher than the time that the male partner spends on housework and childcare. Even though the survey is not perfect, it's an indication. In a lot of the volunteer trainings in different governments, we noticed that female volunteers has a higher number than male. Myself, as a gender equality commissioner, I encourage more male to work as volunteers. We encourage housework balance, of course, but that requires other systems for facilitation. Any other responses? This is the world, the Taiwan mothers showed us lions. According to survey, the real policy we want is economic equality and equal subsidies. There are a lot of mothers taking care of their own child. Mothers that take care of their own child are not higher than daycare services, and for these household daycare personnel, they don't have parental leaves and they are criticized by the parents. We hope the society continues to encourage us. If we can receive subsidy, even if we raise our own child, I'm sure there are more parents who are willing to give birth to a second child. This is the independent living in Taipei, independent living in Taiwan. And if there are children with disabilities, female usually become the main caretaker, and it comes a lot from the public service, in the lack of public service for people with disabilities. For example, when we go to schools, even though there are budgets for assistants, but it's very difficult to access such budget or to initiate these access because there are different severities of disabilities, and schools, they often ask mothers to come to school with them to support their entire schooling process. And this unpaid and overworked assistance is unfair to women. A mother needs to do the work of 2 to 3 people. In addition to the housework, they need to assist 24 hours for their children with disabilities. So we encourage the government to provide comprehensive assistance to the domestic requirements.
Actually, I would like to point out and remind ourselves that in Sustainable Development Goals, SDG, number 5 on gender equality and empowerment of women and girls, the target 5.4 is about this unpaid domestic work, which I read, recognize and value unpaid care and domestic work through the provision of public services. That's exactly what you are talking about, whether for women with disabilities or ordinary women. Through the provision of public services, infrastructure, and social protection policies, and the promotion of shared responsibility within the household and the family as nationally appropriate. So it should be provided by the public service, but also by the shared responsibility within each household. And then I heard that you had this survey on women's living conditions, which is not comprehensive. And that shows how the work is divided within the family, between men and women, between the spouses, but also it should be provided in the public through the public services. But usually that area is underpaid, and then it is primarily women who work for the facilities, for the disabled people, for the children or elderly people who are severely underpaid, and that's what brings the gender pay gap, because women work primarily in the areas where the pay is low, while men are. So it is a very important issue how the society and the family divide the work that's necessary for our everyday survival. And then you need the social discussion on this issue. Yeah. And in addition to that, I see there is clear differences among different NGOs regarding many issues on sexuality education on campuses in education, as well as this assisted reproductive Act, etc. And then also whether morning after pill should be available over the counter or by prescription. And I think it happens in other countries too. And I think these conflicting opinions, CEDAW convention does not dictate what specific, guidance or rules or regulations each country should have. You need to come up with a social consensus. But in that, the government should do active role, not just wait, collecting information as someone has already pointed out, but government should come up with proactive role in promoting equality, balancing and, trying to form a social consensus on this some very controversial issues. So that's my. We will not come up with a very concrete, exact, you should take this role or this policy or this amendment unless it comes to the, really fundamental thing. Our review committee cannot provide you with whether you should have certain word in school curriculum, in sexuality education. It's, it's beyond our role as International Review Committee. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Hesu. I think just to weigh in on that, some comments were talking about the content of educational material, and it's important for you to know that CEDAW recommendation actually, the GR actually states age-appropriate sexual education. So sexual educational materials for adolescents cannot be the same as for children and cannot be the same as for undergraduates or the same as for, postgraduate students. So CEDAW doesn't prescribe. It's not a prescriptive recommendation. It suggests and gives guidance to states and to society to find, the appropriate I don't think it's consensus to find the midway, but in all of that, it has to be appropriate, age appropriate, because what I heard some CSOs speak about in my country will stir a huge debate because such language would never be accepted in educational material unless it was at the university level. And even then, the way it is structured is very important. And so you as a society have an obligation, and you are associations, you are clusters of individuals who have a voice and who are trying to protect the interests of groups. And so you have the responsibility to monitor, to guide, and to work with government. Perhaps there were errors in materials that were circulated. They can always be recalled and they can always be reviewed. That's why policies are constantly reviewed. That's why the law is constantly reformed, because it might have been good maybe 3 years ago, because society was ready for it then. If there are changes in society, you also have to change, or if you send out those materials and you see they're not appropriate and they are heading the society in a direction that is not agreeable, then you have the obligation to guide government, work with government to say, we maybe thought this was okay 3 years ago or 5 years ago, but this has been the impact. And you hear us repeatedly asking about the impacts, because when you make these changes, they will lead to some, social change. Are they positive or are they negative? Your job is to monitor and to advise and to work with government to say these materials should not be for this certain age grade. Perhaps for certain settings where there's maturity, they're adults, and they can handle it. But it all depends on your social context. Nothing is ever in isolation. And so you need to keep that at the back of your mind, when you make your recommendations. And we also will be guided by that. CEDAW has its own framework, and in that framework, particularly for sexual education, it is age appropriate. And the reason it says age appropriate is so that it reduces exploitation based on ignorance at a younger age. If a child doesn't know the appropriate name, the language, then they can be exploited and they can be lured and they can be deceived. But if you package the information that is appropriate for their age, at least they then know when to seek help. And they can, within the family setting, know when the people are crossing the boundaries, or they are speaking to them in inappropriate ways, or touching or handling them in ways that are inappropriate. All those are supposed to be safeguards. They are not intended to erode the values of any society. If you recall the opening remarks yesterday, is that CEDAW is not adversarial. It's actually to enrich your society, increase the safeguards, increase protection, so that overall the society has better cohesion, more protective, and more productive. And I hope that, yes, should be a constant, what we have at the back of our minds at all times as we're making these recommendations. Professor Hayes.
Yeah, I think it's, in addition to age appropriate, I think it should be scientifically evidenced, and with full protection of privacy. Exactly. Yeah. So, and then every society is different, from that. It should not be morally judged or, otherwise.
I think we've earned ourselves a little more time, I think 15 more minutes, and we can add that to our lunch time. We want to thank you for all of the contributions, for shedding light on areas that we didn't know, and we wish you a good lunch break, and we look forward to all convening back here after lunch, I believe, at 2 o'clock. Thank you very much, and have a lovely day.
好，我们再给审查委员一个掌声，也谢谢各位 NGO 伙伴的参与啊。那接下来呢是中午休息时间，我们场外呢有准备餐盒，我们休息到下午2点，休息到下午2点呢，下午回来呢，我们第一场次是审查第13条到第14条，我们下午继续回来会场啊，谢谢。Thank you very much to our international review committee members and all of you for your participation. We now would like to have a lunch break. We'll be back by 2 o'clock in the afternoon. We have lunch boxes ready outside. Please help yourselves. Thank you. We'll see you in the afternoon. Thank you.
我们下次去哪个位置留在这里？应该就是继续哪边？应该就。
Welcome back, everyone. And to start the afternoon session, we will continue on with the review of core document Articles 13 to 14。那欢迎各位贵宾呢继续回到我们的会场啊。接下来呢，我们下午场第一个场次呢，我们持续的要审查的是核心文件第13条以及第14条哦。那提醒，等一下要发言的不会代表我们发言以3分钟为限，30秒前以及时间到，我们各会响铃一声提醒。发言前呢，请介绍一下您的所属单位以及职称。那同时稍微举个手，让镜头呢可以找到您的位置哦。And now to begin, back to our Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, and welcome back, everyone. I hope we had a good lunch and time to stretch our legs and have a health break. We will now go on to Article 13. We're happy to have the Minister back with us, the head of delegation, and we will promptly yield the floor to Professor Nicholas to take us through Article 13. You have the floor, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We are now turning to Article 13 in the CEDAW Convention, and I recall that when Article 10 is dealing with education, Article 11 with employment, Article 12 with health, then in Article 13 it stated that state parties shall take all appropriate measures to eliminate discrimination against women in other areas of economic and social life in order to ensure, on a basis of equality of men and women, the same rights. So this is a kind of article which is then covering, in a sense, the rest of different areas which are not covered by these earlier articles. I will address or raise 3 issues under Article 13. First, we have noted many concerns, not at least from the side of the NGOs, regarding gender-friendly restrooms and all gender restrooms. We have learned from the government that an all-gender restroom friendliness inspection guidance and improvement plan has been adopted in April 26, very recently by the government. Please explain what really have been the concerns here and how these concerns have been addressed by this new plan in April 26. My second question relates once again to female migrant workers. We learned that they are not eligible to participate in the national pension insurance system. Since the migrant workers predominantly are female and they amount to a huge number, 280,000 has been mentioned, one can ask whether we do not have a case of indirect discrimination here. We understand that this lack of protection is a consequence of their employment status, but from the point of view of Article 13, I think we have a real problem here. My third issue and question relates to trade agreements and the economic empowerment and gender equality considerations, how they are included in the context of trade agreements which Taiwan is part of. Here the government refers to some measures that have been taken and that they are taking care of the inclusion of of gender equality consideration here, they refer to women's participation in exhibitions and training. My question is, have there been any inclusion in this context of the UN business and human rights approach, where, for instance, the position of vulnerable groups in supply chains could be addressed? Thank you very much. These were my 3 questions. Yeah, you can continue.
Mario?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I thank my colleague, Professor Nicholas, for introducing this Article 13. And there are 2 other aspects that I'd like to address here. And one of them concerns the issue of the taxation regime in Taiwan. And I note that in your responses to the list of issues, you say that you conduct gender impact assessments in regard to formulating or amending tax laws. And I note that there is a mixture of progressive and regressive taxation in Taiwan. And one of the regressive taxations has to do with the value-added tax that is levied on persons. And as you're aware, it's a consumption tax and a regressive tax. And low-income households spend a larger proportion of their income on necessities compared to higher income households. And so there are women who are adversely impacted by VAT in regard to their spending a higher percentage of their overall earnings on VAT. And so if you say that you do gender impact assessments, how did you assess this VAT tax in regard to women and its impact on their socioeconomic empowerment and development? So that's one question. The other one concerns the issue that Professor Nicholas has just brought up, and that's the trade agreements that Taiwan would engage in. Again, in your list of issue responses, you say that you do pre- and post-negotiation gender impact assessments. And so my question would be, how did you evaluate and assess 1 or 2 or all of your trade agreements in regard to how they affect women's human rights? As you know, and as has been said, the supply chains often adversely affect women workers and marginalize women. And so I'd like to hear your views on how your gender impact assessments in terms of trade agreements have been evaluated and what the results are. Because it seems to me that there are structural challenges implicit in trade agreements and policy initiatives which need to be really considered in regard to women and women's empowerment and inclusion. And lastly, we've talked a lot about the care economy, and I just want to look at that briefly again under Article 13 and ask about Taiwan's recognition of the care economy and the fact that globally women perform the vast majority of unpaid care work, and also paid care work is severely undervalued in most societies. And I'd like to know how Taiwan evaluates the care economy and the fact that women step in the gap where when countries or states parties do not provide the kinds of services. Women take care of the elderly, they take care of children, they take care of the sick, and perform a lot of unpaid care that goes unrecognized in the general domestic product, the GDP. And so my questions are around the recognition of the care economy and how Taiwan approaches this, not only in recognizing it, but perhaps making it part of the GDP, compensating women for the unpaid care that they carried out, where they fill in the gaps of public services that the state party does not do. And so I'd like your response to this issue of the care economy and how you address the impacts that it has on women's rights. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think I would probably want to add one or two questions. One, to seek further insights on the trade relations and the agreements that Taiwan has with many other countries. I know, like in my country, there's a very robust trade agreement with some credit guarantees for export. But you find that women entrepreneurs and women traders and exporters and SMEs really do not have equitable access to those credit guarantees as their male counterparts. So the question is, besides your gender impact assessment, is there any mechanism that you have in place to ensure that this trade credit guarantees are gender responsive and that there are certain benchmarks within it to ensure that both men and women producers and exporters get access to that credit scheme? The second is, when we spoke about national machineries and we talked about financing, gender financing, you elaborated on how gender responsive budgeting is being used in the public sector to try to drive gender equality. The question is, in the private sector and across different value chains and companies of different values, particularly the high-end companies, do you have any gender procurement mechanism in place or a policy as a country? Because that's a policy that has gained a lot of global traction with the global procurement global campaign launched by the International Trade Center and UN Women last year at the CSW. Is Taiwan aware of that? Do you have any mechanism to utilize gender-responsive procurement to bridge inequalities in the private sector between the high-end companies and the smaller companies? I would be curious to know that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your questions. You each have 2-3 questions. One overarching question is regarding trade agreement. 3 reviewers mentioned this. And regarding trade agreement, we will have the Economic Trade Office, Ministry of Economic Affairs, and FSC to answer these questions. And the FSC is brought in because you talked about credit guarantee. So we'll bring in these 3 agencies for the questions. First of all, following the order of the questions, we will have the Environment Department to talk about gender-inclusive facilities, especially the toilets. And secondly, regarding the female migrant worker labor insurance system, that will be taken by the Ministry of Labor. And thirdly, after the Ministry of Labor explains the labor insurance system, we will ask the trade agreement related agencies to answer the questions, and then we'll have the Ministry of Finance to talk about the tax systems, especially low-income families and the consumer tax for daily necessities and the impact to household caring females. And for a care economy, we will ask Ministry of Labor and Health and Welfare to answer the question. And the final question, in addition to the trade agreements that we will answer together, Your second question was about financing. We will have FSC take this question. And there is a question about the gender budgeting. This is the budget for gender procurement. So the tax gender impact evaluation. So these questions will be answered by these respective agencies. First of all, we start with the Ministry of Environmental Protection. This is the Office of Environmental Management. You mentioned the gender inclusive facility. Data shows that the qualities are inconsistent and there are unreasonable situations. In April 22nd this year, we drafted a program to improve the survey of gender-friendly toilets. And it's working with the local governments to inspect all of the gender-friendly toilets around Taiwan and to guide its improvements. We hope to work with the National Planning Agency, which in 2025, round about a year or two ago, we drafted a guideline for gender-friendly toilets, hoping that all gender-friendly toilets can fulfill and achieve the standards, including security and privacy. If anyone talk about years, please use the Western dates, the Western years. Thank you. Next, we would like to invite the Ministry of Labor to explain and answer the labor insurance system for female migrant workers. According to our current labor insurance credit act, any employer that hires over 5 people, they need to have it's mandatory that all employees must be covered by labor insurance, and employees under 4 people will be voluntary. If they are covered by the labor insurance in the future, they can apply for our pension or disability pension and so on. And according to the Act for OSH, all employees that are the labor occupational accident insurance, anyone covered in this insurance, they need to take lessons and trainings in OSH. Okay, going into the trade agreements, which is a question raised by all 3 reviewers, we will ask our 3 agencies to answer the question. This is the first one, the Economic and Trade Office, regarding the questions you asked about female empowerment and gender equality in terms of legal and legislation and policies. Starting from 2009, we have promoted the gender impact evaluation in significant policy and bills. And in 2022, the Gender Equality Commission at Executive Yuan passed an agreement on bilateral agreement on international conventions to conduct gender impact evaluation, and it we also established a national level gender decision-making monitoring mechanism in terms of international and public participation group, employment, economy, and welfare groups. We all have gender equality experts from CSOs participating in the commission, and we will regularly investigate whether or not the government has promoted gender mainstreaming and gender impact evaluation in the bills and policies. And through gender impact evaluation combined with gender statistics and analysis, we monitor how trade agreements impact women, economic empowerment, and gender equality, and to make sure that the perspectives are included to improve gender inequality. And in using the gender statistics and indicators in Ministry of Economic Affairs, all of our activities will collect these data for evaluation. For example, the women participation in international trade and as working as entrepreneurs and employment. And in support of female entrepreneur and entrepreneurship and SME entrepreneurship, and to lower the impact of female SME by trade agreements, we work with them to help them receive training and also funding to improve their international trade participation. For example, participating in the trade agreement with our trade partner in UK, which is ETP, and to improve the women economic empowerment. And at the the agency of SME, we also have a female startup program and also the 21st Century Trade Agreement for Taipei. And while we're drafting the bills and policies, we take into consideration of the stakeholders, including female, the minorities, and including high standard and inclusive clauses to protect and facilitate the protection of female and indigenous peoples, to make sure that women are not discriminated against in international trade. And next would be Ministry of Economic Affairs. This is the International Trade Office at MOEA, and regarding female participation and how economic trade agreement impacts. Following up with the previous answer, in terms of our implementation of the trade agreements, we'll make sure that there are no measures that put female rights in adversity, and we work hard to facilitate female participation in international trade activities and help them participate in domestic and international exhibitions, and take training courses to empower them economically. And at the FSC, we continue to encourage financial institutions to help female obtain funding. Starting from 2013, we take into indicators the result of female SME entrepreneurs financing results. And we encourage financial institutions to work with female SME entrepreneurships, and they should have the equal opportunities in obtaining funding. And regarding the volume of financing for female entrepreneurship in SME, there was a 2.4 trillion by new Taiwanese dollars by end of 2025, and it grew up from it was an increase of 6.39%. Next, we would like to invite Ministry of Finance to explain the taxation system versus gender impact evaluation. Regarding the questions mentioned in how we we have amended our tax systems, and when we do this, we conduct gender impact assessment. Basically, the checklists include gender statistics and gender analysis. And during the evaluation, we note to see if there are any gender inequalities, and we invite external reviewers and experts and scholars to make sure that the taxation system does not cause inequality in gender. And as mentioned by our reviewers, our business tax does not target low-income or mid-low-income female in providing lower taxes or waiving of the taxes when they're purchasing daily necessities, but it's mainly to avoid preferential treatment in taxes. So we do not have different tax treatments for different genders, but to implement gender equality and lower the burden, economic burden of female procurement. We make sure that there are other lower costs in implementation to make sure that the mid and low-income female in procuring daily necessities, they can benefit from a lower cost and in turn lowering their financial burden. Thank you. Then we go into care economy. We would like to invite the Ministry of Labor to take this question, followed by Minister of Health and Welfare. Okay, this is the Labor Development Office. Regarding the unpaid care work and domestic work, starting from 2026 January 1st, we have a flexible parental leave. Basically, by facilitating flexible parental leaves, it encourages the male to also participate in child rearing. And at the Ministry of Health and Welfare Social Insurance Directorate, we have pensions for occupational insurances, and for these non-officially earning female, in order to implement universal care for everyone, starting from 2008, we have a national pension system. Anyone over the age of 25 and under the age of 65, if you don't have labor, military, or civil servant insurances, you are included in this universal national pension. And when there are insurance incidents, they can claim payments. And we also adjust according to the changes. This time we adjusted by 23.5, and we also, if the CPI, right now the CPI growth rate has reached 30%, we will consider to paying for the other necessities, and also for the non-earning women, they can also be protected in this way.
On the care economy, the Department of Gender Equality would like to chip in as well. This is Executive Yuan Department of Gender Equality. Additional information to offer here. And on your, when it comes to care economy, how do we reflect care economy in our GPT? So far, we don't have statistics factoring our care economy in our GDP. However, according to International Labor Organization and then also the UN survey, we do recognize that around the globe, we see a large amount of unpaid work, mostly domestic work of taking care of elders. If you want to convert that into economy numbers, it's going to account for 10 to 39% of the global GDP. Therefore, this is actually an international trend which has already recognized the value and social contribution of unpaid care economy, and then it's just as important as utility, infrastructure, and transportation work. Therefore, we are going to we are committed to provide this public available care network, which can lessen the burden on the caregivers. And because of that, Executive Yuan are also working together with other ministries to give complementary services to further bolster up the social network for long-term care and also inclusive workplace and paternity leave and also parental leave. So we also recognize the women are suffering from this pay gap due to the disruption of their career, so they can further to pursue their own self-realization. Also, we also want to avoid this older women poverty due to this care economy, and also we want to turn the tide on the stereotype impression of men working and then the woman taking care of the family. That is very important to recognize the value of unpaid work so that people of different genders can still contribute to the society and also shoulder up and share the burden of family care. And also, we are enhancing the residual division of property in terms of the revision of civil code. And we are now working on the pension reformation as well. Thank you. Coming back to the questions raised before, we actually talk about the credit assurance. And then I would like to ask the Ministry of Labor and also CIP, Council of Indigenous Peoples, would you like to also offer information on credit guarantees? Maybe the Ministry of Labor go first, and then Ministry of Economy. So from the Ministry of Labor, in order to lessen the burden of women entrepreneurs, we have these micro loan for them. So the maximum number of the loan provided is 2 million. They don't need to offer the warranties and guarantees, and then also they can be free of interest for 2 to 3 years. That is the program we have right now. And then MOEA, SME administration. So for SMEs, SME loan programs, we have opportunity of equal opportunities principles and also gender equality principles. So we offer a fair financing program to SME owners. According to our number, the women account for 30% of these loan programs. And then as of ever since 2024, according to the government white paper of SMEs, that 37% of SMEs owners are women, and that is quite on par to the previous statistics. So women business owners are also benefiting from the government benefits programs and resources. And CIP, this is CIP Economic Development Department. And in terms of the women's loan, that for CIP, we have a comprehensive development fund for indigenous peoples in Taiwan. As of now, 49% of these loan applicants are women, so it's pretty much like 50-50 compared to men. And then the accumulated loan amount, women is 3.2 billion and men is 4 billion, so there is a 0.5 million of difference. But most of the women, they get the loan for consumption, and then for men, it's usually women it's usually for spending, and for men it's usually for business starting purposes. And for credit guarantee, we do make sure that women can have equal access, and also for these indigenous land reservation loan credit guarantees, we also have 3 indigenous women apply for these loans. Any other additional information, FSC? And then for different loan benefits, that FSC, in principle, would ask all the financial institutions to work actively with all the competent authorities when it comes to policy loans and for those in need. Thank you. And lastly, we would like to ask the competent authority to talk about the gender responsive procurement for the gender budgeting procurement policy or affirmation procurement. So now Taiwan is the Government GPA and Government Procurement Act GPL is the two laws applicable. So the basic spirit is to make it fair, open, and transparent. And then unless the procurement involves national security, otherwise, when it comes to the procurement criteria or eligibility, we should not have rules that are not in favor of certain groups and at the disadvantage of certain vendors. Therefore, we don't have a gender budget system. But in order to realize the spirit of CEDAW and the spirit and value of gender equality, we actually have a lot of supportive measures in place. For example, when it comes to the tender evaluation, we actually design a CSR mechanism which mentioned in particular that in order to build a gender inclusive environment, we do provide special weightage. And in addition to that, in the tender reviewing board, in the talent pool for the review board in business category and the STEM category, that the women's experts and scholars do take account for a certain percentage. However, for medical kind of category or engineer kind of category, I think we still have low participation of women committee members. So we are still developing a series of initiatives to encourage the rise of these female experts' participation in the review process. And also for government procurement, when it comes to the certification, we also factor in gender issues, and gender issues will be part of the certification process. And therefore, with all these supportive measures in 2025, when it comes to the business registration, all the tender companies, we have altogether around 114,000 cases, and among them, we have so we actually have the female entrepreneur owners winning 28% of the total tender bidding. So that is the data. So we actually see growth by 0.1%. So we are seeing a positive trend there. Thank you. And lastly, I would like to come back to answer the first question about the gender inclusive facilities, especially restrooms. Ministry of Education, do you have additional information to offer? This is Ministry of Education. Additional information here that for these on-campus gender inclusive facilities in 2022, we have a guideline for gender inclusive facilities and dormitories on campus. And for the gender inclusive facilities, we also offer a manuals for school to follow. And when it comes to helping schools to improve their old restroom facilities, we did ask them to make sure that they are going to build gender inclusive facilities, and for each one of the building on campus, college campus, they have to at least have one more than one gender inclusive restrooms. And then for the it's the same for the elementary schools as well. So I think we cover pretty much all the questions. And then for other agencies or ministries, do you have any other additional information to offer here? If none, then for Article 13, I think we can conclude the time here. So I'm going to give the time back to our review committee. Thank you.
Very much for the array of responses. I'm not sure my colleagues have a follow-up. I do, because I think it's important to elaborate on the public or the government procurement. Globally, that's a market that is worth $13 trillion. In Taiwan, your government procurement is worth $100 billion annually. And the question of affirmative procurement is something that should be of concern. I appreciate that you have a Government Procurement Act, but are there any concessions, quotas for women-owned businesses, gender-positive businesses? Those things I'm not sure are included in the current procurement law. And so the need for a gender responsive procurement policy or mechanism is found to be an economic empowerment pathway to bridge inequalities, particularly in the area of social and economic benefits. And so I think it's a suggestion that we will be putting to you. I know that I'm not sure, maybe others heard it, but I didn't hear in particular how you were ensuring that the procurement, public procurement, including private sector procurement, becomes a social inclusion tool that enables wealth redistribution within the society by ensuring that procurement market is not monopolated. You know, there's no monopoly of one sex over the other. And I heard a response about access to financing, and that women SMEs are given credit. It would be good to know the percentage that really goes to businesses at the different levels. You had a bulk sum, and you said about 50% goes to women. Is it in all sectors, including in infrastructure, road construction, housing, or is it just for manufacturing and trade? And the third area that I had a concern was women take the credit, but for personal development. So I don't understand how that works out, that you can actually draw down a loan for personal development. Is it for business? Is it for startup, scale up, expansion, or mergers? I think it would be good to have that kind of insight, because it doesn't, the picture is not clear for me that there's access to credit, but for men it is used for business, but for women it is used for personal consumption. We're not talking about pensions, because pensions are a different ballgame. So maybe I didn't understand well, or what was being communicated, it didn't really come across as we're understanding the same thing. So those areas I would appreciate a little clarity. And I also didn't hear anything about investment in sports. I thought as a social investment strategy, the participation of boys and girls, women and men would be given equal consideration in infrastructure, recruitment, coaching, and it would be good to hear from the delegation if you have a strategy as a country to ensure that sports and recreation is beneficial to, all, regardless of their sex or their location, including in the rural areas. I would be keen to know that. And I don't know if you have any other questions to add. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, I'd just like to say that I was encouraged to hear the responses by the Taiwan in regard to its attention to the care economy and seeing it as fundamental to women's human rights in achieving gender equality, looking at it, paying attention to it, transforming the care economy as essential to women's human rights. It occurred to me that the attention that you're paying to it in providing the public services that women through the unpaid care have traditionally provided is a pathway forward to addressing the matter. and also the parental leave that you spoke about, that is in part trying to address the issue of redistribution of care within the family units. And so I'm also further encouraging Taiwan to really, again, really give this the kind of attention that it needs in terms of transforming the care economy and women's lives and advancement in careers, etc., financial independence. Because this is a part of life that women contribute to in terms of creating the capabilities for human beings to survive and to grow and develop. And so the kind of attention that the State Party ought to give to this is immeasurable in terms of the dividends for the country. The other area is the tax regime, and I really focus on the consumption tax of VAT, which I heard the State Party say it's not targeting women as such, but the fact is that it impacts women more than it impacts men. And so I'm urging, again, the Taiwan to look at this issue of VAT as a regressive tax, and to consider finding other ways to raise revenue that doesn't impact women's lives in the way that the VAT consumption tax does, in fact, do. And so, yeah, I thank you for your responses to the questions.
Thank you very much. Now we will turn back to the delegation. But just to augment what one of my colleagues said, is to give you a global picture. A few countries have actually started computing their care economy, and you would be delighted, or maybe it would please you to know that the United States has been one of those in the lead, and their annual care economy is worth $1.1 trillion. That's the size of that care economy, and you find that it's the equivalent of about 30 million hours of regular work, so that you can actually understand this valuation of work, that the work that is done in this sector, often not calculated, not reflected in your national accounting system, but if you were to actually pay for it, would be equivalent to like 30 million people, at least in the United States, earning an income. So that helps for you to know the value of what you're investing in when you have all of these different programs and schemes that augment or that try to provide care or to compensate and subsidize the care that is given to sustain your human capital base. Because without that human capital, all of your sectors, rest on it. And so it's worth investing in calculating it, because it then helps you to project your growth and to know what happens when people fall ill, when people don't have the skills, which sectors will be affected, so that you can better position your country and your economy. That's the main goal, because it's often overlooked. And I am also delighted that Taiwan is paying attention to it. But I think the reason and the rationale needs to be clear, and particularly for those who engage with government, they need to know that it's not asking government to give subsidies. It's for you to enrich and invest in sustaining the base of your economy. And on this, I will turn back to the head of the delegation, because I believe you might have some responses to some of the other issues that we raised. Thank you.
Thank you very much. First of all, we would like to thank the two reviewers for following up on the clarification and giving us the context of care economy. And we hope that our agencies of the State Party, when you are addressing the care economy, you can take into consideration some of the contexts that have been provided and some of the systems that can be compared, because it sounds like there weren't a lot of follow-up questions. It was mainly suggestions and also contexts given by the reviewers. If any of our agencies would like to further respond, I think, first of all, we can invite the Agency of Engineering to give us a further update on any preferential or any preferential treatment for women in terms of procurement. And then we will ask the Ministry of Labor, Economy, and the Council of Indigenous Peoples to talk about the various sectors. And in terms of the sports, we would like to invite the Ministry of Sports to talk about women participation in sports field. So we start from the Public Construction Commission. This is the Public Construction Commission. First of all, regarding the government procurement, which involves gender budgeting, currently in our Procurement Act, we don't have any special treatment for any single gender. And so far, in government procurement, whether it's public commission, labor procurement, or any kind of procurement, if you are reaching a certain volume, then it must be limited under the structure of the WHO government procurement agreement, which is GPA. And in GPA, there is no regulation regarding gender procurement. Now, because we have to fulfill a certain threshold and we must comply with the government procurement regulations. So if we want to overcome the budget issue for gender procurement, then we need to look back into the WTO GPA. Regarding credit and financing, we would like to invite Ministry of Labor, Council of Indigenous Peoples, and FSC to answer. The Ministry of Labor here, we have a micro-financing program for the Phoenix Micro Business Startup Loan for women. And because it's micro business, so it's for wholesale, hospitality, and beauty in sectors that employ less than 5 people, and the credit loan rate is 75% for women and 25% for men. Now, in terms of the SME Office for Ministry of Economic Affairs, the reviewers were more concerned about the credit loan rate for female and what are the main sectors. According to statistics, the female SME entrepreneurs focus more on service sectors. And in terms of the service sectors, it's the retail, wholesale and retail. And the ratio of financing rate, we don't have the numbers with us. Maybe we can provide you with the numbers next time. And in terms of our office, we have a female startup swallow program, which guides these women through the different stages of their startup. For example, when they first start up, we provide them with trainings and consultation for the startup. And if there are a startup within 8 years, we match them with accelerators and international accelerators for interaction and exchanges. And we also have elite screenings for female. There are also assistance and guidance for startup business models. So we don't have the numbers of the loans provided to female entrepreneurs, but we help them to obtain these fundings and finances. Thank you very much. We can have the Department of Gender Equality to say if the Ministry of Economy is going to provide further document or figures. Can you provide it to us before 6:30 today? It's a bit. Can we do that before 10 tomorrow morning? Okay, we'll do it before 10 tomorrow. Now, Council of Indigenous Peoples. From the Comprehensive Development Fund that's been started for indigenous loans, as of yesterday, we have over 3,900 loans for a male, and the ratio over 1.1 billion, and the female ratio is 53.7. The female loans are over 3,000 with a little over 0.9 billion. The ratio is 46.26. So we can see it's comparable in terms of credit loans. For the credit loans, the percentage is 50%, 50% for indigenous loans. That's about financing. FSC, do you have anything to add here? At FSC here, like we mentioned earlier on, regarding the financing programs provided by various agencies and ministries, we encourage financial institutions to provide these loans, and it's developed according to the market strategy. We also ask the banking union to assist female loan measures, and the information are published on the website. We don't have the Ministry of Sports here, so the Department of Gender Equality will explain on behalf of the Ministry of Sports. According to the Ministry of Sports, they have the statistics for female athletes in 2023. That's 31.5%. That's lower than the male, which is 38.7%. And because of this gender gap, we also noticed that it's because there is a lower regular exercise rate, and including the consideration for the safety of the exercise environment, and also the duty of pressure for taking care of the family. And in the future, we should provide more facilities and environments that's more friendly to women to improve women's sports participation. And from 2026 to 2029, our important issues that's going to be focused on by the Executive Yuan, we asked Ministry of Sports to add KPIs regarding female athletes or female exercise rate. We hope that the female regular exercising rate can be increased by 0.5% per year. And we hope that the Ministry of Sports and relevant agencies can develop policies and programs to promote sports corresponding to different genders. And we hope that in the future there can be gender-friendly considerations placed in all venues.
Thank you. About this gender and sports issue, anything from Ministry of Education? I know maybe you don't have to respond to the sports part, but you can actually talk about the gender equality part. As for the PE classes, so far we are actually working together with the Ministry of Sports, and there will be a division of responsibilities. In terms of the measures to encourage physical activities for female students, we are still going to drive toward to the goal of gender equality. Thank you. For care economy, do we have additional information from other colleagues here from our delegation with regard to care economy? If none, then the follow-up questions. Do we have any other information for that? If none, then I'm going to give the time back to our review committee. Thank you.
Much head of delegation for the rich response, and we can see the collaboration across entities to be able to address some of these emerging issues and intersecting concerns, linking the economy with sports, with procurement. We appreciate it. We do not take it for granted. We will now move on to Article 14, and I will now yield the floor to Professor Leticia Bonifasi. You have the floor, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Okay. The State Party reports that the economic conditions of the indigenous population remain relatively disadvantaged, with income significantly lower than the national average. Please provide updated information on measures taken to address economic inequalities affecting rural and indigenous women. The State Party indicates that indigenous populations are increasingly moving to urban areas, and that housing ownership remains lower than the national average. Please explain how policies address structural disadvantages faced by rural women, including access to land and housing. Please indicate what measures are taken to ensure rural women access to digital technologies. Please provide information on access to healthcare, education, and social services for rural women, including regional disparities. Taiwan has a high proportion of elderly people. What's being done regarding healthcare and social security for older women? Are there specific programs in place? Are there policies for the economic autonomy of women with disabilities and for implementation of reasonable accommodation useful for their daily life? And lastly, are there programs to the care of women deprived of their liberty? What's being done to meet their basic needs, particularly medical care, tailored to their specific requirements? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. It seems that we can actually ask CIP to answer the question. And then after CIP, then I think a lot of these questions have to do with the work of Ministry of Health and Welfare, especially relevant to long-term care. So we would like to ask colleagues from Ministry of Health and Welfare to answer that. And also the Ministry of Agriculture, can you also answer the question? Because the question, especially the question concerning rural area women. So we would like to ask Ministry of Agriculture to also chip in later. So we can start first with CIP, Council of Indigenous Peoples. This is the Director General of Development Department for Indigenous Economy. So the Economic Development Department will answer the question, and also the Welfare Department will talk about employment. And of the social service department, they were not notified to join this meeting. Therefore, for the question with regard to housing, probably we can only give you very brief answer. For indigenous economic development, we have industry development programs over the years. We also have programs set aside for indigenous women. For example, the $1 Million Entrepreneur Award from 2016 to 2025. Over the course of 10 years, we have taken 215 cases and proposals. So 85 of them were applied by women. And for other different programs, for example, industry development featuring rural characteristics, we have different industrial programs to train and support them. That is for industry economy empowerment. And for the housing, I know that Ministry of Interior are providing social building. They are work together with local governments to support their housing, and indigenous people their percentage of being awarded social housing has already exceeded that proportion of indigenous population among the total national population. So about the social services provided to indigenous peoples as CIP, when it comes to social services, we have nationwide 66 family support centers for indigenous peoples. We have 222 social workers and 33 supervisors working at the Indigenous Family Support Center, and we have 530 Indigenous cultural and health stations, employing 1,400 caregivers, and also in 10 regions across Taiwan, we have Indigenous Employment Service offices, employing around 77 full-time staff. Therefore, altogether, we have 1,480 full-time employees providing and supporting these programs and organizations, and women account for around 62%, which means that for all the indigenous social welfare area, the staff, their gender, the majority of them are very much women. So that is the information I have. Any other information from CIP? If none, I think for indigenous peoples and also the rural women, I think we would like to ask Ministry of Agriculture to answer the question first, and then we ask the Ministry of Education to talk about your programs to bridge the gap of digital divide. So we actually have a lot of areas concerning long-term care. So we would like to ask Ministry of Health to provide your information later. First, from Ministry of Agriculture for rural women, we provide education and training programs. For example, we have this Tian Mama branch restaurants. And then also for the rural community talent programs, we all have relevant trainings. So maybe we can ask another administration, the rural administration, additional information here. In order to support rural women's employment and economy empowerment, we have this brand. It's called Tian Mama, Mother Tian. It's actually a chain of restaurants. They actually offer these local source cuisines and also food products featuring the local ingredients. And they can also combine the local tourism to increase local employment and job opportunities, at the same time to provide more economic opportunities for local people and give them more economic competitiveness. And from 2021 to 2024, for these Tian Mama restaurants programs, we have trained altogether 1,800 people, and women account for a very high percentage by 1,354 women. And then in terms of the rural area talent development programs, when it comes to local indigenous local industry development or local cultural preservation and revitalization of communities. When it comes to training criteria, we are open to everyone. Therefore, we do not distinguish between different genders. And for all the but we do secure training programs and resources for women. So the total people receiving the training, among them, the women account for 54.7%. Therefore, we do see there is a parity there. Thank you very much. Thank you, Ministry of Agriculture. It seems we also talked about social housing before. CIP, you talk about social housing. Maybe we can ask the Ministry of Interior colleague to elaborate more on that. So this is the Homeland Administration. So the CIP mentioned about the social housing for indigenous peoples living in in urban area. So as of June of 2026, indigenous people with social housing, we have a total number of 2,855 indigenous households living in the social housing. So they account for 10% of social housing occupancy. And then for the overall so women account for 55.5% for leasing of the social housing. And then any other information on indigenous areas or rural areas? If none, then we are going now to give floor to Ministry of Health and Welfare. So for Ministry of Health and Welfare, so about indigenous area and rural area women's access to health care, in addition to offer citizen age over 65 and indigenous people over 55, we offer them vaccination programs, and also we would ensure that we provide sufficient healthcare manpower to localize medical services. And also we work together with the local clinic centers in townships in indigenous regions, and we have care for 3,800 indigenous women, and 2,100 of them are aged person over 65 years old. And also for indigenous women, we also provide them subsidies and benefits for prenatal checkups and access to medical services. And then we have provided this subsidy up to 16,000 people. And then also we have these Indigenous Peoples Health Policy Council. So these council, the board members include 50% of them are indigenous persons, and then also over a third of them are female. And then we are actually working on a program for 2026 to 2030. So it's a long-term program covering 16 projects, which include long-term care project for indigenous communities, long-term care resource support network, so they can actually age in place. So we can also ensure there is a cultural sensitive and safe care delivered to indigenous communities. And for Ministry of Health, with regard to indigenous peoples, including people living with disabilities, the social welfare benefits. So according to the law, now once they have these disability certificate, and then that we have the case handlers, they would actually conduct phone interviews to visit in person to understand their service needs, and then they will refer them to the proper service units so they can have access to the benefits they need, including economic benefits or community-based facility service. As for elders, in different parts of Taiwan, we also have community care centers in different regions to support our elders. And there are actually visits in person and care phone calls, and also food and meal delivery services. And based on their different local cultures, we will provide different services accordingly.
I would also like to add the reasonable accommodation In terms of our act for the protection of persons with disabilities, we've already included reasonable accommodation in our amendments, and it's pending in legislative hearing for adoption. Thank you very much. Ministry of Health and Welfare, would you like to follow up? If not, I think I forgot about Ministry of Education that's supposed to answer about digital gap. We are at the Information and Technology Office here. We have 4 digital developments that are in the 2nd or 4th tier. We have digital opportunity centers. There are currently 104 centers to narrow the remote and rural area female education and digital capability gap. From 2024 to 2026, we have trained over 50,000 people, among which over 42,000 are female trainees. It's about 77.16%, and we also hosted 307 seminars for the training courses to improve their digital capability. We also have data here. We have female local development program that's provided by NSC and MOEA. This is MSC. In terms of local development, we have regional revitalization. We have youth empowerment workstations and relevant rewards for these and subsidies for these troops, and for the youth empowerment workstations, if they are stationed there for 5 years and they're more experienced, they can assist local youth to work on local issues, including employment, or develop local cultures. As of 2025, in our over 130 state workstations, there are about 49 workstations that are led by women, and according to these numbers, we have over 4,700 people who have been trained in these 49 workstations. And in our 4-year mid-long-term program, we've also stipulated that there must be 40% of female participation in the program, and currently we have about 38%. Thank you. MOEA, would you like to add anything? Yes, thank you very much. We are the Office of Bureau of SME startup. We work with NSC in providing a program for regional development, and we take inventory of local DNAs as core for our SME development and startup, and to come up and develop feature products. We also have mentorship and counseling, in which if you have female participation, it's a plus. And we also introduce gender equality perspectives to reinforce female participation and employment. From 2021 to 2024, in all of the cases that we've counseled and guided, female chair project chairs take up about 39%, and female ownership is about 50%. And in terms of newly added employment, female employment takes up about 60%. So overall, the stable employment for female is about 60%. We can see that the numbers prove our policy has substantially facilitate the participation of female in the economy. And in terms of female empowerment and regional development, we focus on digital marketing, product development, brand management, and product production and management, and we focus on local women and home returning youth. Thank you very much, reviewers, for all of your questions. We would like to know if any of our agencies or ministries have anything to add. If not, we now give the floor back to our reviewers. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much. I think you gave us an array of questions. Before we move on, I would just want a little clarification. You talked about the beneficiaries. I heard the Agency for Digital Regional Development talking about digital financing. I was just curious about the issue of digital governance and gender equality, because the data that we have, which I cited yesterday, is that less than 13% of the governance of tech companies is led by women, the management of technology industries. And that's a huge, because Taiwan occupies a unique and strategic space in the evolving digital economy, where you are providing over 60% of inputs and hardware that is the backbone for the digital economy for the whole world. But in that sector, governance within that sector is skewed. And so what plans do you have to ensure that digital governance and the rules about internal policies and recruiting and the vision and products in the digital sector are inclusive, and that women really have a place around the table to shape the direction of the new economy? If it's possible to get that answer, if there's a plan, or it's something you're noting, or it's something that you want to work on, it will be interesting to know, because that is an area that is creating new forms of inequalities in how the digital economy is being designed, shaped, and the trends, and some of it is reinventing discrimination. And we would really want to know what your plan is. Thank you.
I think this is a question we're going to ask MODA to take up. If any other agencies would like to follow up, feel free later on. Thank you very much for your question. Today, our colleagues present does not include anyone in digital development. We will respond in writing by 10 tomorrow morning. Thank you. Can we, Madam Chair, do you agree that we provide you a response in writing by 10 tomorrow morning? Because we don't have the colleagues here with us today.
Pleasure, Honorable Minister. Thank you very much for accommodating that. I know we've had very, very good responses, and I believe that the commitment that the government of Taiwan has shown, if there's no benchmarks in place already, I'm sure even this interaction will trigger for you to begin to work on it and have targets in terms of digital inclusion in digital governance. I think this brings us to the end of Article 13 and 14. I believe we could take a little coffee break, health break, and then we can come back to consider Article 15 and 16. Thank you very much. Over to you.
Madam Chair, should we do, according to the schedule, 15-minute break or 3:45? It would be because we end the session 5 minutes earlier. So should we do it 15 minutes or 20 minutes? Stick to the schedule.
15 minutes.
15 minutes. 好的，那我们一样休息15分钟哦，所以我们原定是3点45分回来，但是我们现在是3点25分，所以我们是3点40分。3点40分呢，回到会场之后，我们继续进行15条以及第16条的审查。And we take a 15-minute break. We'll be back by 3:40 for the review of Articles 15 and 16. Thank you. 那也提醒各部会哦，如果要提交补充资料的话呢，今天结束之前6点半可以将这个资料提交到我们的报道处，或者是来不及的话呢，我们明天上午10点之前呢，提交到行政院信评处哦。谢谢各位组织代表的配合哦。那请提交的时候呢，备好7份英文版本以及2份中文版，谢谢。 提醒各位贵宾，我们下个审查场次呢，再过5分钟之后即将开始哦，请您准备就座了。那另外，我们在现场的 NGO 的伙伴，刚才主席表示呢，如果等一下的这个审查场次哦，15条跟16条没有花到这个90分钟这么久的话呢，可能最后和 NGO 非政府组织的场次会提早哦，所以请我们现场的这个 NGO 的伙伴呢，也稍微有个心理准备哦，谢谢您。那我们组织代表要提交补充资料的话呢，今天下午6点半结束之前，我们会议结束之前送到我们的报道处，来不及的话呢，明天10点呢，在我们国际审查委员住宿的喜来登饭店，我们10点的时候呢，也可以送到喜来登饭店。我们新民处的同仁会在这个喜来登饭店的大厅等候。谢谢。Okay, we'll begin in about 5 minutes. Everybody, please take your seats for the next session for the review of Articles 15 and 16. Thank you.
嘴型不好抓
啊，哦，对啊。你又不能用线上那种翻拍的。
其实我抓到一些可以。
哎，对啊，线上翻拍就可以了。
所以他们要交进来。
哦，反正。
主要是你也可能会拿照片。对，还是要好一点。对，比较好。
感谢。
不然其实要结案有东西就好。
是啊，有那个照片有佐证就可以。
对啊。
好啊 ，OK， 没关系，有3分。好，各位贵宾，我们下一场审查场次呢，即将要正式开始了。那如果我们这一场的审查场次提早结束的话呢，我们可能今天最后的与非政府组织的会议呢，也会提前开始哦。那我们请在现场的 NGO 的伙伴也准备一下，谢谢。 Okay, welcome back. We now move on to the review of Articles 15 and 16。那接下来呢，我们继续进行的是国家报告第15条及第16条的审查哦。那提醒，等一下呢要发言的部会代表，每位以3分钟为限，30秒前以及时间到各会响铃一声提醒哦。请介绍一下您的所属单位以及职称，同时举个手，让摄影机找到您的所在。谢谢。And now to begin, back to Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, and welcome back from the health break. I will now yield the floor to Professor Hesushin to take Article 15 and 16. You have the floor, Prof.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Article 15 is about women's equality with men before the law. In civil matters, women's legal capacity same as men's, and then same opportunities to exercise that capacity, equal rights to conclude contracts and to administer property, etc. Under Article 15, I would like to raise only one issue, which was raised before, and that is ancestor worship guilds. In 2022, the International Review Committee recommended that the government needs to revise the proposed amendment to the Act for Ancestor Worship Guild and apply the gender equality principle retroactively so that it covers all guilds, including those that were formed before 2008. And the government report says that at the end of 2022, there were about 3,200 ancestor worship guilds. The exact number was 3,244, out of which 691 established regulations before the act was promulgated, which is corresponding to 21.3% of the total guilds. And then in 2023, there was a constitutional court's ruling that it is unconstitutional. So I would like to ask the government, what's the current situation regarding ensuring gender equality for all ancestor worship guilds, whether they have their own regulation or not, or whether the guilds was formed before 2008 or not. And I think there is some loopholes so that some ancestor worship guilds can get away from this requirement. So may I have the reply? What is the current status? Are all ancestor worship guilds guarantee equality, no matter whether they already gave out certificate only to the male members? And how do you apply the principle of gender equality so that all ancestor worship guilds have this same equality guaranteed for its women members? So that would be my question regarding Article 15. Thank you.
Thank you. So the floor is now to the delegation to respond to that question for Article 15. Thank
you.
Thank you for that question. For the ancestor worship guilds, which was interpreted already at the Constitutional Court, I think that is I think the Ministry of Interior should take this question, and other ministries can also answer the question. So here, for the religious and ritual agency. So this ancestral worship guilds is actually an independent property organization set up for the worship of ancestors. So ever since that act, so there all the offspring should all become this core worshippers, and then also gender equality principle should apply, especially for the membership. And also in 2023, the Constitutional Court ruling was. It was ruled that the women offspring also enjoy the same benefits. Therefore, we have drafted an act governing ancestral worship guilds. But so for these direct offsprings, regardless of their gender, they should all be listed as members, or they have this inheritance rights. Therefore, in the future, for all these ancestral worship guilds, they should not exclude female offsprings. So all these offsprings, regardless of their gender, can all become the members. And then also the 691, those were the guilds that established beforehand. So their rules only only stipulate that a male can become the member. So for judicial yuan, do we have the civil court court can also, because it's not just about the worship rights, it's also about the property rights. So for these worship guilds, that in terms of the gender equality disputes, that we also have these constitutional court ruling. And so for the Article 4.1 and .2, that the Act governing ancestral worship guilds, this is unconstitutional because it excludes female offspring. So for these relevant articles, I think we need to follow the draft of Ministry of Interior, and then we can offer our interpretation of that. Thank you. So any other agency would like to provide additional information? Then if not, we are going to give the floor back to our review committee. Thank you.
Can I ask you then, so these 691 ancestor worship guilds which were formed, before, can the female members that belong to those guilds can bring a lawsuit and then claim the same equal rights after this constitutional court ruling? The lawsuit should be brought by individual members if they found that they want to have the equal rights. Should they wait for the Ministry of Interior's interpretation, or can you apply this constitutional court ruling retroactively, no matter whether when the guilds were formed, and then female members can be guaranteed the same right in terms of property division, in terms of whatever, membership or attendance and the participation? That would be my question.
So Ministry of Interior, can you offer answer to that? Can they actually use the constitutional ruling as the basis to file lawsuit? So I think the Ministry of, I think Judicial Yuan probably also have an answer. We would like to ask Ministry of Interior to answer first. So Ministry of Interior, additional information here. So far, for those this ancestral worship guilds that have rules, only a male offspring can become a member, and according to the Constitutional Court interpretation, that rules, so that membership rules have already been ruled by the Constitutional Court. So we do have a principle. So for those the rules that only stipulate that only male line can inherit the property and the rights, And for the moment, and once the draft new rule and it's adopted, and then after we amend the law, then still the membership rights to the worship guilds, regardless of their genders, if the draft law is adopted, then they can actually assume their rights, which means that if their regulation do not say that only male can inherit the rights, therefore, according to the Constitutional Court, then a female offspring can also ask for the membership. So that is the answer from Ministry of Interior. And then the Judicial Yuan, can you actually add on, do you have different interpretation for that? Okay, so for Judicial Yuan, with regard to the current Article 4.1 of Act governing ancestral worship guilds. So these before the Act interpretation, we have two situations. So if this guilds already established, and then they also have their own internal rules, and because there is a free spirit of contracting contracts, therefore, according to the Constitution, then that rule still stands. And then for those ancestral worship guilds that still exist, if they don't have internal rules before the constitutional interpretation, therefore, according to the constitutional interpretation, in this scenario, then if that there is a violation of gender equality, and in this scenario, then these ancestral worship guilds, their female offspring can actually assume the rights of membership. So in current situation, if they don't have internal rule, and then also according to the Constitutional Court, they can actually make that claim to the right. So basically, that is the same like Ministry of Interior. If there are internal rules and then there are no internal rules, and then we can follow the rules. Any other question? If none, then we can give the floor back to the review committee.
What do you do? How do you ensure gender equality in case there is already internal regulation, made, and then the Constitutional Court ruling, guarantees gender equality, but still. Judicial Yuan says that in case there was internal regulation, the original only male rights will stay. So there is no overturning of that situation. And that is a loophole, that is a vacuum where you need to amend. And then you said that if the draft law is adopted, but what is the government plan to amend the law? And when, what is the timeline to do that? So that would be my two questions, so in your draft law, you want to change that situation regarding those guilds which already had internal regulation, which gives rights only to the male members, right? Can you clarify?
I think we will invite Ministry of Interior to elaborate on how your revised regulations are regarding these internal regulations of the guilds. So this is the MOI. According to our guild's draft and our review, the process of our review in 2023, it's reviewed by the Executive Yuan. It's now sent to the Legislative Yuan. Currently, the draft is sitting at the Executive Yuan. And as I said earlier on in our Article 4, it says it excludes the internal regulations after the we will, after the amendments are completed, we do not consider the internal regulations. They have there is an equality of gender. If you are a direct descendant and you all bear the rights of worship, the duty of worship, then you can all enjoy membership. The draft is currently sitting at the Executive Yuan, and the Executive Yuan reminds us to talk to the guilds, and we've talked to them. All of their opinions will be included in our draft for review or improvement.
好，意思是说现在
which means that the draft is currently sitting at the Executive Yuan, and it could possibly be further amended pending your dialogue with the guilds. Yes, we will have to wait for consensus to be built for us to further amend it. And maybe if there are different opinions to the amendment, basically we will follow the constitutional ruling. Thank you. So we have further elaborated on this question. Maybe there are still different opinions in the society and they haven't been brought together. So we do need further communication in the society. But basically, we will follow the direction of the constitutional ruling. So in the future, even if they have internal regulations, gender equality is still the main consideration. So I now give the floor back to our reviewers.
Thank you for the clarification. And in that case, I would only ask the government to expedite the process of adopting the amendment, the revision of the act for this ancestral worship guilds, please. Yeah, because it was previous recommendation already. Yeah. And clearly for the next review in 4 years later, 2030, I think. By that time, you should be finished it all already, hopefully next year. Okay. Yeah.
So thank you very much. I think we will continue with you, Professor Jesus, unless there's any additional comments, questions, none. Now to Article 16, you have the floor, please.
Okay, so I will continue to raise issues under Article 16. Article 16 is regarding marriage and family, the same right for women at the time of marriage and during marriage and at the time of divorce or the separation, at the dissolution of marriage. In this case, there is also a need to speed up the legislative implementation regarding the Constitutional Court Judgment number 4 of 2023. Yeah, and then to realize this, I would like to raise 3 issues under this Article 16 in relation to divorce. First is the question regarding division of residual marital property. The division of marital property continues to vary by occupation. That was already raised in our list of issues. And then you know that the division of marital property does not apply to all people with different occupations. So my question is, how is the government going to ensure that pensions across all occupational sectors are included within the scope of claims for the division of residual marital property. So that's the first question, if I can use the example of my own country. In my country, nowadays, what we call sunset divorce is increasing. So people, especially women, after the age of 60, after the marital years of more than 30 years, they want to get divorced because they want to live their own free life, not under the patriarchal husband anymore. Yeah, so the sunset divorce, what we term sunset divorce, is increasing. And then, of course, this issue of division of national pension, how it should be divided among the couples. So I think it is not exactly the same, but at the time of divorce, how the property is divided, including pensions, is very important for the economic security of women, especially in later years. So that would be my question. How the division of residual marital property includes all types of occupations, regardless of, the pensions, whether it is farmers or laborers. You have only provided the division in terms of civil servants, teachers, and military personnel, and not included others. So that would be my question. My second question is regarding alimony. The Executive Yuan has proposed amendments to expand eligibility by adding, and I quote the wording, reduced earning capacity or reduced employment opportunities at the time of divorce as a condition to request alimony. But also proposed provisions terminating the right to claim alimony upon remarriage. So we have already discussed this issue a lot in the morning as well as yesterday somewhat, because women are the main bearers of family responsibilities in terms of housework, child rearing, care for the elderly. If there is child with disability, the burden is on women primarily. Which result in reduced earning capacity or reduced employment opportunities for women. So the requirements for alimony should take this into account and be relaxed, because women are the main carers for the family. However, this claim for alimony should not be connected whether the divorced woman would remarry or not. It has nothing to do with it, So how is this proposed amendment going to do it regarding alimony? But how about your deletion of this, connection of alimony if a divorced woman would remarry, So that would be my second question. And third question under this Article 16 would be the issue of mediation in case of divorce. You have divorce through litigation, but also you have divorce through mediation. And mediation for divorce in case of domestic violence especially needs special attention because women want to get out of this violent situation and want divorce. And then because women might want to get divorced as soon as possible, rather than litigation, legal process, which takes longer. She might want to go a more speedy way of mediation. And then I have the information that in some cases, the mediators request or ask women to drop the charges for protection orders, which should not happen. But so I would like to know what kind of measures you are taking to make sure that that kind of demand or request or force or urge does not happen to women to drop the protection order, yeah? And then whether you are thinking of ways to ensure that mediators have this gender perspective and understand the nature of domestic violence. And of course, I know that in Taiwan, the majority of divorce happens through agreement, consent by both parties without going through mediation, without going through the legal procedure. But still, about 13% is through these procedures, either mediation or legal procedures. So how do you deal with these cases of divorce, especially in terms of domestic violence? I saw in my country, there are even cases of killing in the courtroom, while they were waiting for their turn to be counseled. The husband was hiding a knife and then killed the wife, because, of course, in times of divorce, all the tension and aggravation, escalates. So there should be precautions, measures, especially when domestic violence is involved. So that would be my 3 questions regarding policies in Taiwan. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do you have any other questions to add? So we will yield that to the delegate.
谢谢。这3个问题呢，基本上
Thank you very much. These 3 questions have to do with the legal departments and justice departments. So we're going to have the Ministry of Justice to answer the first question, and then the Department of Gender Equality will talk about residual asset division, and for the alimony, the Ministry of Justice will elaborate, followed by the Judicial Yuan. And finally, about the mediation of divorce and involving domestic violence, we will have the Judicial Yuan elaborate. Of course, if the Ministry of Justice can answer the 3rd question, feel free to jump in. This is from the Ministry of Justice regarding the question of the residual marital property and the inclusion of pensions. According to our current regulations in the 1013 article of the Civil Code, it states the request of residual marital property, whether or not to include the pensions, because previously when we were taking an inventory of the pensions, we realized that different occupations have different standards of calculating the pension. So we need to go back to the various calculation of the respective occupation. And we had the Executive Yuan invite cross-department discussion, and finally it was decided that the resolution was made that various occupation, pension, competent authorities should amend their respective clauses to include pension in their residual property division, and the other sectors are working on it as well.
Department of Gender Equality for divorced women, their financial security is actually a great, important topic for us at Executive Yuan. So in 2022, we asked the Judicial Yuan to conduct a research into the fairness of for divorced spouse economic fairness research, and we also have relevant meetings since 2023 with regard to this division of occupational defensions. We also have interministerial meetings, and when it comes to the military and civil service and educators and also the civil servants, they have individual like pension regulations, and then for those occupational pension that are not yet not included in those like industrial pension rules, then we have these Ministry of Transportation, Ministry of Economic Affairs, and central banks to actually factor in those division of pension respectively. And because there are different regulations and different reciprocal principles, and then we actually need to ask the competent authorities to apply according to the actual situation in practice. So there are negotiations needed. Therefore, Executive Yuan would actually ask the competent authorities to continuously consult experts to build a consensus in the society. Additional information here. So for different occupational pensions, like you mentioned, different ministries, they are already making progresses, and any other draft revisions for these respective pension systems. If none, okay, let's move on to the second question. So about alimony revision of law, we would like to ask the Ministry of Justice to take that question. So second time making comments from the Department of Justice, Ministry of Justice. So about the alimony, so the current Civil Code Article 1057, and then for the alimony claim due to financial difficulties for make a living. So last year we actually have this draft revision that also the difficulty of living can be the basis for the claim of alimony, and then also because of the marriage and then the damage to the career development opportunities, that is also part of the legal basis for the claim for alimony. So now the Legislative Yuan is now deliberating on this revision of law, and then also the first review meeting was conducted in April this year at Legislative Yuan. So they are now actively reviewing this draft. As for the cancellation of alimony because of remarriage, so we actually refer to many of the other countries' legislations. So it's quite universally that if one part of the spouse remarry, and because they are going to build a new family relationship with the new spouse, and then they're going to support each other in a new relationship to avoid the difficulty and complexity of calculation of the alimony. So most of the other countries we refer to usually would actually make this remarriage as one of the legal basis of canceling the alimony. Therefore, we also include that in our draft. So that's our answer. Thank you very much. Judicial Yuan, any additional information to the second question? So this is the domestic court representative. So for the alimony and the civil code revision, because of the alimony claim on the basis of the losing job opportunities because of marriage. Actually, we do agree with that. So we are just like working on the wordings for technicality. But actually, in general principle, we support that. And then in terms of remarriage leading to the cancellation of alimony because of remarriage. So because the Ministry of Justice is actually the competent authority, we respect that. Indeed, after this remarriage, the alimony claim will continue to make the complexity worsening, and then it's not beneficial for the new relationship maintenance. And then also the alimony cancellation would actually apply not only to women but also to men. And for the residual division of residual marital property, so for the occupational pension that have already collected. It would actually, the Article 1030 would apply. That would be part of the residual marital property. So the claim, so before for the pension that hasn't made place, then that would be the part that we are going to have to work on. So that is the answer to question 1 and 2. Any other information on alimony? If none, then we are going to move on to the third question. Maybe we can ask Judicial Yuan to probably give a background overview, and then other ministries can also offer insights. So answer 3. So this is the teen and also the domestic court representative. So thank you for the question. So for the mediation processes when domestic violence involved, according to Domestic Violence Prevention Act, in a domestic case, in the procedure, if domestic violence is involved, in principle, mediation is not allowed. However, if in the process of the mediation, if the mediator has received training on DV, then the mediation can make sure that the victims can be protected. Then that mediation can be adopted. So far we have existing procedures to provide domestic violence training for domestic mediators, and that will be the core training program, and also for our domestic affair mediation rules, and then for these mediators who have already received the DV training, then they will be specifically specified in the list. Therefore, they will be preferred candidate for domestic affairs mediation. And also in the procedure, during the procedure of domestic affair mediation, then we would also have notice which will give the parties relevant safety evaluation checkpoints. So if they have any safety and security concerns, they can actually send us back the form, and then we will make arrangement accordingly. For example, we can have the separate interviews, or we can have these video forms of interview, so we can avoid further violence being committed. And then and also, even we would arrange a social worker accompanying the whole process. So in and after the mediation, if the party is not happy with the mediator and then having concerns about the mediator's professionality, then also we have an evaluation mechanism in place. They can actually give us the feedback, and they can submit the feedback in paper copy form. They can scan the QR code to submit their feedback should they have any concern during the mediation process. If the mediator is not an appropriate mediator, they can actually give the feedback to inform the court. Then the court also have these evaluation team for the mediators. Once they receive these kind of complaints, then they will kickstart investigation process. And should it be a severe case, if it's a severe violation of mediation rules, then we would actually dismiss them and then terminate our contract with the mediators. So Ministry of Justice or other government representatives would like to add additional information. Anyone? Anyone from Judicial Yuan? This is the Teen and the Domestic Affairs Court, and then also in the mediation process that the party is required to abandon the injunction protection order. This has never happened in my own career, so I think this is probably during the mediation process when the party agree divorce, and then they're demanding that the victim to withdraw the application for protection order. This is quite common, so I think it's before the protection order is issued. Then since they're going to get a divorce, they want to see the withdrawal of the protection order application. So this is something we see in practice, but we would actually see how it goes in reality before we actually approve that withdrawal of that protection order application, because security and safety will be our utmost concern. That is the priority. So any other information, any other additional information you would like to offer to the three questions, or you want to answer these questions respectively? If none, thank you very much. Now I'm going to give the floor back to the review committee. Thank you very much.
Yeah, follow-up questions after listening to your replies. The last issue first. So mediation in case of divorce. I understand that for domestic affairs cases, you need to guarantee that there are precautions, and if any dissatisfaction with the mediators, any complaint, then they are going to submit, the woman is going to submit the feedback. But I guess it's voluntary, right? Yeah, it's not mandatory. After the couple goes through the mediation, if they feel they want to provide any feedback, they can, but you are not for sure collect all the feedback. Or what is the system after any mediation process? Then you make sure that you collect feedback always, or is it voluntary? So if those women or men who went through the mediation process and then were fed up, really it did not satisfy, but they might not give their feedback, which still happens. So I am asking whether it's a mandatory requirement or is it voluntary to submit the feedback. I can understand that you are trying to collect the response afterwards. So that's one point. And then in case of before applying this protection order, I know that these days some men have stalking habit, whether it's a divorced spouse or whether it's in a close relationship before marriage, or it's just, stalking happens a lot. And then that might happen even between divorced couples. You divorce and then your former spouse just, is, coming after you every day to your workplace, near your workplace, your new home, etc., harassed by the telephone messages and etc. So there should be precautions, after the couple went through the divorce, whether through litigation or mediation work. So we need all these precautionary measures. In case the woman feels that she needs protection order, before, after divorce, I think that should be given. So that would be my response for mediation, especially in case of domestic violence. And now this issue of alimony. I think Ministry of Justice and Judicial Yuan, I think both agrees that alimony should be canceled after remarriage of the spouse. And then you said that it applies both to men and women. Of course, yeah, the law should apply to both spouses. But I think it is disproportionately women who receive alimony, unless the woman is a rich, millionaire. Yeah, usually it is women who are economically weaker and dependent upon the husband. So alimony, applies the effect of cancellation of the alimony. Of course, it affects women disproportionately. This cancellation of alimony, I don't know why you think it's complicated. And then what countries are you taking into account and studying the case? Because you said that you are also checking other countries' laws and systems. So may I ask which countries you are taking the example of in terms of cancellation of alimony upon remarriage after divorce? Yeah, and then the first issue of division of residual marital property. I know that you are preparing and discussing with different ministries, different UNs, and then trying to come up with amendments so that the division of marital property applies to all occupations. So may I ask what kind of timeline do you have in mind? How long do you think the whole process would take? Because that might take 10 years if there is no active measures taken or initiatives taken by the government. So that would be my response, and then I would wait for further replies. Thank you.
So any responses from the delegation? Thank you.
Thank you. Regarding these questions, the mediation, we would like to invite elaboration from the Judicial Yuan regarding the protection orders and mediation, and if other ministries have things to elaborate. For example, stalking also has to do with the Ministry of Justice. This is about stalking. Maybe we can invite the Ministry of Justice to follow up. This is regarding mediation of divorce. And regarding the cancellation of alimony after remarriage, earlier on, you mentioned that you are looking at other countries as well, and reviewers would like to know which countries are you looking at. Maybe the Ministry of Justice can elaborate on this as well. And finally, about the residual or property division and pension, this will be handled by the Department of Gender Equality. Thank you for your questions. This is from the Office of Juvenile and Family Affairs regarding the opinion and feedback from the plaintiff. Is it mandatory? Usually these feedbacks or evaluation checklist would be provided to the plaintiff in the form of QR code, but in our family court affairs, the judge will do the final mediation and checking to sign the statement. So all of the family affairs mediation will be confirmed by the judge. If in the process the plaintiff realizes that they are not in fact accepting of the requests made or the opinions made by the mediator, the plaintiff can respond to the judge at the end, and the judge will personally chair the mediation to find the best way to mediate it. And secondly, when it involves the protection order, if it has to do with stalking and security, safety of the plaintiffs, in addition to we will send a notification to the plaintiff so that they will know they can notify the court that there are concerns of their security, and the court can arrange for quarantine or separation so that there are no danger for them. And if danger happens within the court, there are emergency bells installed in the mediation rooms. Once the marshals receive any notification, they will immediately provide assistance in the mediation room. And if they feel that they are concerned about their safety leaving the court, the local police can also assist. Would the Ministry of Justice would like to elaborate, especially in terms of stalking, or is it the responsibility of the Ministry of Interior? Okay, domestic violence falls under the jurisdiction of Ministry of Health and Welfare. Then we will invite the MOHW. Thank you very much. We would like to further elaborate that it was mentioned earlier on, when the two parties are mediating or in the process of divorce, and in addition to, because of domestic violence, a protection order is applied for, and if there are stalking issues, according to our Stalking and Harassment Prevention Act, we can ask police to file a written warning, and there are also safety plans that can be used, and there is also an app they can download that will help to locate them, and the police can know where they are to provide assistance in the case of emergencies. Thank you very much. Are there any other agencies who would like to elaborate on this domestic violence and stalking issue? No? Then we move on to the second question about alimony, and we would like to invite the Ministry of Justice to talk about the references they've been looking at. So we mainly looked at Germany and Switzerland. Their regulations say that if the other spouse remarries, the alimony will be cancelled. But we must say that our draft is based on the court ruling right now. If the two parties, they negotiate for how, it depends on how the two parties negotiate on the alimony, or if it's just a one-off alimony payment, then it won't be limited to this. There will be no cancellation. The cancellation is mainly about continuous or regular payment before the new marriage. They can receive the alimony, and whether or not this, because after remarriage, it's very difficult for the new spouse and the previous spouses to discuss the allocation of their child raising, and it's because there is a difficulty in this consideration. So we have included remarriage as one of the reasons for canceling regular alimony payment. Okay, are there any other explanations? If not, we go to the Department of Gender Equality for Residual Property Division. Now, when we talk about the timeline for the amendment in 2023, our cross-department consultation, it was decided that the Occupational Pension Act amendments will be amended individually by various competent authorities, and then we will amend them all together, and they will follow the retirement Act for public servants and refer to the wordings. Now, this year, we further asked about the amendment for the Retirement Act for the public servants, and we learned that last year Legislative Yuan passed a new amendment which created impact to the pension system, and it caused some societal debates. Therefore, we're waiting for further version to be provided to us to see how by the Ministry of Personnel to see what the drafts are now. Are there any other agencies that would like to elaborate on the division of residual property? If not, then we give the floor back to our reviewers. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. I just wanted a little clarification. You talked about remarrying and alimony, the conditionalities not being sustained because of remarriage. Rather than talking about remarriage, are there considerations within it about childcare and child maintenance? Because often that's where the issue, the problem comes in, is that the burden of childcare post-divorce is not well tidied up, and then remarrying then becomes a burden on usually the mother or one of the partners, because this is not clearly stated in the alimony clauses or procedures. Is that clear in your own? Are there elements of childcare that is clear in alimony and dissolution of marriage? Thank you. Professor Hisu? Yeah.
Actually, I was going to ask the similar question because you mentioned about childcare included in the alimony. Yeah. Alimony is different from child support. You know, at the time of divorce, the court, if the divorce goes through the court, legal procedure, then the court would say that the father, usually the father, will pay such and such amount monthly for the child support, you know. And then some cases the father doesn't care, you know, even if he was ordered by the court, maybe a few months he will pay the child support, but afterwards he doesn't pay. So the former wife has a big problem in raising the child, which is completely different from alimony, you know. Alimony is the compensation for the time lost by the wife because of her responsibility, taking care of the house in terms of losing opportunity, you know, all this losing capacity, while the husband might career-wise continue to develop, etc. So I think the mixture of concept within the concept of alimony, child care and child support is, to me, it's not reasonable. Yeah. And then, as I talked privately with the bureau chief in the Department of Gender Equality in Korea, you know, many fathers are just negligent of paying child care support. And then there is even website created by men, by the way, saying bad fathers. And then they are chased, and then the identification is exposed. And then out of shame, you know, then the fathers started to repay the child support. It's bad fathers, you know. Of course, it's a private kind of social punishment. But anyway, that needs to be settled, whether the dissolution of marriage was settled between the spouses. Okay, we divorce on our own, and then you will pay a certain amount monthly for the child or children that I am in charge of. You know, usually mother is given the child care responsibility after the divorce. That's the reality, yeah, which further obstructs her ability to to seek employment and then to engage in other activities, etc. Yeah, so that would be question, added by the chair's question regarding alimony and child support and remarriage.
So back to you, Delegate. You also, oh, thank you. Sorry.
Since we have time, I also want to ask something in relation to this alimony and the cancellation of the alimony in the situation of remarriage. I mean, if this kind of regulation will, of course, create a strong incentive not to formalize a relationship into marriage, or are you planning to have a regulation where you also can cancel the alimony in the situation where the lady has moved into a common household with a partner and have a relationship? So I mean, it is in a sense interesting to create mechanisms in the legislation where you, in a sense, put in obstacles for marriage, because usually the society want people to formalize the relationship. So I also think that this aspect has to be taken into account. Thank you.
So back to you, delegation, sir.
谢谢。显然，这个
Thank you. Obviously, upon remarriage, the issue do beg further discussions. And then when it comes to alimony, we also need to factor in the child support. These are two different things. However, it's possible that there is a need to continue receive alimony or child support after remarriage, if that is obstructing them formalizing their relationship, because they want to continue receiving the alimony or child support. Therefore, they would not consider formalizing their new relationship. So for the Ministry of Justice, would you like to further elaborate? So this is the Ministry of Justice. So we would like to further elaborate when it comes to child support. Like the review committee said, according to Civil Code, that 1116.2, that the child support would not be cancelled upon remarriage, and the elements constituting child support are different from alimony. Therefore, the remarriage would not cancel child support, would not also so the former spouse will still need to continue to pay the child support. And then to answer the next part of the question, that would that obstruct the formalization of a new relationship for one of the spouse? Again, I would like to emphasize, previously we talked about the claim to alimony would terminated upon remarriage, but that is the regular alimony paid by installments. However, it's actually a lump sum payment. For example, according to the ruling, that would not be affected. And then, or they have a pre-negotiation on alimony payment, that would be not affected. Of course, the one of the party can evaluate, do they want to have the lump sum of the alimony? And if they're asking for the regular alimony payment, they need to consider the risks of the cancellation. Additional information. I think we have a follow-up question from IRC about the systematic issue that obstructing formalization of marriage or just a co-inhabitation. According to the draft we have for co-inhabitation, they are not formalizing spousal relationship. Therefore, the alimony would not be cancelled upon remarriage or entering into a cohabitation relationship. Thank you, Ministry of Justice, for the answer. Now we can give time back to the review committee.
Had a very robust conversation. You still have a question? Yeah, you have the floor.
Yeah, I asked which countries you took as an example, and you said that Germany and Switzerland. I think two countries are not universally applicable, so maybe you need to study more if you want to take into account the examples of other countries. And Germany and Switzerland, they all speak the German part near northern Switzerland, they speak German, So similar social structure. So maybe you need to take into account a country with different culture, different social structure, etc. Thank you.
Nonetheless, I think we have covered extensively the Articles 15 and 16, and at this point we would like to sincerely thank all of the government departments, all of the respondents for the insights you've given, and we would like to adjourn this meeting at this time and have a little coffee break. Thank you.
好，谢谢，我们再给委员们一个掌声哦，谢谢 ，Thank you very much。
I'm looking at the agenda.
哦，不好意思，我们大家再听一下主席。
It appears that our conversation and engagement with the government delegation for the main dialogue and the review of the core document, this is actually the last segment of it. And so I thought it was appropriate to use this occasion to extend, on behalf of the committee, our gratitude to the Minister, the Honorable Minister. Thank you very much for your, the three words I used, your commitment, your consistency, and your collaboration. It was very evident in the range of departments and agencies that were present and were able to give insights into all of the intersecting issues and the depth of information that you have provided to us. Of course, we will be looking at them. A few suggestions have been coming from the floor. We are grateful for the things that you already echoing agreement with us, and we hope that over the next 2 days we will go to task and come back to you with some propositions that reflect our mutual conclusions from this conversation. And on behalf of the review committee, we would like to thank you, Honorable Minister, and your delegation, and to extend our gratitude to the Deputy Premier who was here, who took time to be here yesterday, and of course with the support of the wide array of civil society. Thank you very much for the invitation, thank you for the dialogue, and thank you for the conclusions that you are leading us to arrive at. We appreciate it. Have a lovely evening. Thank you.
谢谢审查委员，也非常谢谢我们各政府部会组织的积极参与以及回应哦。那我们谢谢政府部会组织的参与哦。那如果要提交补充资料的话呢，今天6点半可能来不及。那我们明天上午10点呢，请大家备好7份的英文版本，2份的中文版呢，我们送到我们审查委员下榻的喜来登饭店。上午10点，我们行政院信评处的同仁会在大厅等候哦。谢谢您，谢谢。 那么等一下呢，和 NGO 的会议10分钟之后，我们5点5分，10分钟之后呢，5点5分，我们会再次的进行哦。And in 10 minutes, we are going to start our another session with the NGOs. So we'll be back by 5 minutes after 5. Thank you. 好，我每次也都有说。
对他们每次都不晚，我觉得这个坐他后面那个摄影就会看到。
好，那我们准备就请我们 NGO 的伙伴呢往前就坐，谢谢。 我们同仁是说你坐太后面的话，这个摄影机会抓不到您的镜头，所以我们 NGO 的伙伴我们就往前就坐，没有关系，谢谢。
应该算是一个还蛮多人会的技术。 知道，没熟悉。对，我觉得其实我觉得熟悉不要就个题目，因为那很技术，我也没有真的。
All right, everyone. Last session of the day, yet another meeting with the NGOs. 好的，那我们今天呢最后一场哦是和非政府组织 NGO 的会议哦。我们再次提醒各位伙伴们，我们每一轮呢会以这个还没有发言的 NGO 伙伴为优先发言呢。那如果还有时间的话呢，我们再开放给2次或多次的发言。Okay, now to begin this session, Madam Chair.
谢谢。If they're not listening. So I would like, on behalf of the committee, to welcome you to this round of conversation with you, where we appreciate the inputs additional inputs and perspectives from the civil society. We would be starting from Articles 13. We have 13, 14, 15, and 16. And so at this point, we would like to open the floor. But could you please tailor your interventions to Article 13 so that we can be focused, and then we can probably for 15 minutes inputs from the civil society on Article 13. The floor is open, please. Please indicate with a raise of hand.
好，接下来我们就聚焦第13条。
of Taiwan Bar Association. In Taiwan, because same-sex spouses do not establish a legal relationship by marriage affinity with their spouse's family. For example, same-sex spouses are not legally recognized as the direct linear relatives of their partner's parents. And for that reason, they cannot enjoy equal tax benefits, such as those regarding land value tax and house tax for owner-occupied residences, in the same manner as heterosexual marriages. Tax unfairness is just one dimension of the problem. The inequalities between same-sex and heterosexual marriages are also manifested in the establishment of parent-child relationships and access to assisted reproductive technology. Therefore, we strongly recommend that the legislative review under CEDAW systematically incorporate a comprehensive assessment of the discriminatory between same-sex marriage and heterosexual marriage.
好，接下来有请。
委员好，台湾伴侣权益推动。
Hello everyone, I am from the Civil Partnership Rights Alliance. You talked about gender-friendly toilets. The government has improvement program in place, but I would like to emphasize you asked about the gender inclusive facilities. Let's take this venue, for example. Next to our broadcasting station, there is a gender-friendly toilet, and it used to be a male's toilet, and they just put up a plaque that says gender-friendly facility, and nothing was changed inside. So people go in and become very confused. They didn't know what's so friendly about this toilet. So I personally walked in, and there was a male who walked out and looked at me and wondered if he's in the wrong toilet. So when the reviewer asked about how we resolve this dispute, we should have a policy that states clearly what constitutes a gender-friendly toilet. You can't just put up a plate and says it's gender-friendly, and that makes it gender-friendly. Next. We are from the Tongzhi hotline. Following up with the previous statement, yes, currently, in terms of gender-friendly facility in the central government and Ministry of Environment and Ministry of Education and Ministry of Interior, there are individual guidelines. A lot of local governments, they have their own guidelines, but these are encouragements. There are no mandatory legislations, so there are a lot of gender-friendly toilets that make it confusing to people. So we really do need a policy that really sets a standard for gender-friendly facilities.
In Taiwan would like to stress that people with lived experiences should be trained, recognized, and fairly paid as peer workers, rather than treated only as service recipients or unpaid peer supporters. In our experience, women made up a large proportion of peer workers, and peer work does strengthen their economic independence, rebuild meaningful social roles, and bring lived experience into expertise for mental health services. However, not to be recognized as a formal worker and without stable income, these peer workers face barriers to the financial and banking system, besides the constant denial of their mental and intellectual capacity to make decisions about their own economic matters. Additionally, recovery colleges and peer worker programs remain limited overall and concentrated in urban areas, restricting opportunities for women and gender-diverse people in rural and remote communities. We therefore urge the committee to recommend a national system for training, employment, and fair pay backed by sustainable investment through community mental health services. Thank you very much.
谢谢。好，我们先旁边这边的伙伴。有请。
好，台湾平权大平台发言，就是诚如。
This is from the Taiwan Equality Campaign. As mentioned earlier on, in campuses, the government requires these campuses to set up a certain number of gender-friendly facilities, but subsidies are not necessarily provided. These, for example, universities, they are under the jurisdiction of central governments, but local governments, they usually don't have these budgets. So these schools, they basically have these female student spaces violated. They basically just change the plate in front of the toilet and make it gender friendly. In Taiwan, a lot of the child rearing spaces are set up in female toilets. So, but various ages and various genders are caretakers, then they need a friendly child raising space. This is what the government needs to work on as well.
Rights Association， 性工作者常常会因为收入的不
Sex workers, they face irregular income, so they don't have permanent employment or proof of salary. So when they are applying for personal loans, mortgage, or credit card, they are disadvantaged. And it could lead to structural financial exclusion and insecurity and instability in terms of housing and financing. So we hope to refer to the CEDAW Convention allowing sex workers to equally obtain their bank accounts, credit loans, and credit card, mortgage, and so on without relying on black market. The UK government issued in May this year has a guideline to protect, in terms of protecting the privacy and the dignity, public toilets and hospital wards. These are unisex spaces. They can exclude transgenders from entering according to their biological sex. Or we can refer to Japan's experience. I think we should refer to the school. We should ask schools to do a survey because a lot of children, they are worried. For example, girls are afraid to share a space with adult men, and there are parents that complain that female toilets are turned into male toilets. And why is it the reverse? For example, we can see the female toilets usually have a longer line compared to male toilets. And are they sacrificing parent-friendly toilets and accessible toilets as well in the process? Okay, we have two more here. This is Covenant's Watch. In Taiwan, single parent raising children are usually the male, and they are in economic disadvantage. Governments are usually provide insufficient care to these families, whether it's divorced family or family member of incarcerated persons. They face dual burden of work and family care, and they need to go through certain hurdles to receive social remedy, even if the government deems that you are eligible for social subsidy. Unless this adult is taking care of children under the age of 6 alone, you are considered making minimum wage. So they basically give social support allowances to children and elderly instead of adults at working age, which is great a burden to women. This is the Alliance for Persons with Disability, the League for Persons with Disabilities. We see a lot of places that change the plate outside toilets and call it gender-friendly. They turn accessible toilets into gender-friendly toilets, and we see the same thing in courts as well. So we suggest including gender-inclusive toilets, but also preserving the accessible toilets so that the accessible toilets can be preserved for people with real physical disabilities and achieve equality for public spaces. This is Awakening Foundation. Ministry of Labor said that business units employing more than 5 people, they must apply labor insurance for the employees. And after 15 years, they can file for pension. But domestic helpers, they are not eligible. And mostly the employers can only keep them in Taiwan for 14 years, so they have a much lower opportunity to apply for labor insurance pension. And for them to stay in Taiwan indefinitely, they need to obtain mid-level skills training. And to receive these trainings, they must be approved by the employers. So far, we haven't seen any government reform to protect the lives of these female migrant workers in their elder years. Okay, we have 4 more here. This is the Garden of Hope Foundation. Female suffering from domestic violence because of their violent experiences and their duty of care, they are usually eliminated from the rental housing market. They don't have a stable place to live, and it will impact their employment and childcare and their mental recovery. So for these victims of domestic violence, they are facing, it's not just a problem offset, it's human rights. We have done a survey for these female victims. They have 50% of them live in places that are very small for 2 people or including children. So a lot of female victims of domestic violence, after they leave home, they face unfriendly rental market. So I think this should be taken into consideration of our policy to really provide a suitable environment for them to support their recovery and their child raising. We have another one here. This is the Mother's Shield Alliance. In the previous session, they talked about care economy, and we can see the government hasn't really provided comprehensive explanation of this. I think Taiwan faces an intersectional crisis of lower birth rate and aging society. We don't see the unpaid care that is a service provided every day in the household. We are underestimating the social support cost, and I hope that unpaid care can be included in the consideration of social cost and be counted towards our GDP, because of these unseen work supports the growth of children and the care of elders and the stability of the families. And that's the duty of the mothers. It's not just the personal service provided in the household, but what supports the society.
有权益协会第一次发言，我是要讲说
Children Parents and Children Protection Association, first time making comments. So all these so-called gender inclusive spaces, these privacy protection spaces for women, have you actually asked little girls how do they feel? So my child is only 12 years old, but nobody asks about their feelings. Are you treating them in a friendly way when you make the arrangement for these gender inclusive spaces? Are you factor in the feelings of little girls? Thank you. Alliance for Women's Rights and Sustainable Development. To answer Marian's question before, you actually asked about the taxation regime. Are they adopting appropriate measures to be to also do this GIA, especially this evaluation of intersectionality. And then according to Article 13 of CEDAW, the gender equality and tax policy, we can actually see on the institutional side and also the practical side. Institutionally speaking, we do have these regimes, the different acts and the regulations, and also the new taxation regimes need to go through GIA. However, the taxation itself do not have this intersectionality assessment, just like you mentioned. Now, the intersectionality evaluation and assessment, especially the so-called gender tax assessment, is missing. And also, intersectionality assessment also fail to pay attention to single parents, people living with disabilities, indigenous women and rural women, and also female entrepreneurs. Do they enjoy the benefits of tax? Last one. Taiwan Disabled Women Alliance for Equal Rights. And then for these Flying Goose program mentioned by MOEA, there are no statistics for women with disabilities. Are they eligible? Did they apply for that program? And also for people with disabilities, when they apply for loan for entrepreneurship, there are no data whatsoever. We asked the government to have the statistics. And also female with disabilities, it's really difficult for them to live independently because there are no job opportunities and also a lot of these subsidies only offer on the basis of households and then factor in household income. Therefore, women with disabilities are excluded from these allowances and benefits, further exacerbating their difficulties. Therefore, we will recommend the Taiwan Social Relief Act should stop from making these relief on the basis of households.
Yeah, Madam Chair, that's it for Article 13. Yes.
Thank you very much, Sheshe. We will now move on to Article 14. I think we got quite a breadth of inputs. We appreciate it, but we would like to know if there are considerations, perspectives from civil society. And of course, I would request that we give preference to those who have not spoken. So for the first, the first set, and then we can take from others later. Thank you. The floor is.
好，接下来针对14条还没有发言。
So Article 14, anyone would like to go first? For those who hasn't spoken yet, yeah, in the back rows over here. This is New Vitality Independent Living Association. Even though the government promotes gender-inclusive facilities, and also we have policies to empower women economically. However, they are not sufficiently addressing the needs of people with intersectionality in areas of gender, disability, age, and immigrant identity. Therefore, the current practice in building gender-inclusive facilities miss a overarching consistent regulation and monitoring mechanism. And in workspace, on campus, in public space, they fail to factor in the needs of people of diverse genders and also the accessibility for people with disabilities. And also long-term care, personal assistance, and daycare and community-based services are also far from enough. And most of the care responsibilities are still shouldered by women, and that is also obstructing their opportunities in seeking employment, having additional income, and retirement protection. And then because these women, their opportunity for career development and is limited, and also they are denied of access to education, they are even more possible to be trapped by poverty. And a lot of disabled women, they are also shouldering family care responsibilities, and these unpaid labor for a long time has been neglected by the system and institution. And also family care in Taiwan highly depend on immigrants, foreign workers. However, they are not receiving enough labor condition protection and social protection. We urge the government to establish gender inclusive overarching standards for accessible spaces, and there should be a unilateral, unified standards and monitoring mechanisms. And also, they should expand the resources available for care and personal assistance. And also, there should be a system that protects the care workers and give them protection of pension after retirement. We should recognize the values of unpaid labor and enhance these measures to lift disabled women out of poverty. And we should also have a comprehensive protection for workers. Thank you very much. And then any other NGO representative would like to speak on Article 14. Women Rescue Foundation. This afternoon, when we talk about rural women, according to the report, we cannot really see the medical access issue for rural women. In practice, many of the rural villages in Taiwan faces severe aging issues, and then they don't have easy access to medical care. And then when it comes to the transportation, subsidies are quite low. Therefore, rural women, if they want to seek healthcare support, it's difficult for them to find medical resources. Therefore, we would like to urge the government to give sufficient funding to support the transportation for these rural women when they need to seek medical attention. So in that way, we can facilitate the convenience for them to seek medical help. And any other representative would like to speak on Article 14? Please. So according to the statistics of Ministry of Labor, we can actually see that households with higher income, they have lower percentage of asking for parental leave because our parental leave is tied with the tiered insurance labor. So even though the paid parental leave, especially for those high income households, while it's not a good benefit, and then also in Japan, in Korea, they have these parental leave for both parents. And then also in the first few months, the allowance will be 100% of paid leave. It's the same in Japan, but in Taiwan, we only compensate up to 80% of salary. And then that period is only 6 months, the maximum. However, in Korea and Japan, they can have that benefits up to 12 months. That is why a lot of Taiwanese laborers would not enjoy the benefits of parental leave because of economic reasons.
For Article 14. Madam Chair, that's what we have for Article 14. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think Article 15 is a very short article, and so we had just one question to the delegation, but we would like to open to civil society if they have any additional inputs.
Article 15.
On Article 15. Thank you.
好，第15条，针对第15条有要回应。
Any comments for Article 15? So the first time making comments, the Life Equality Rights Association, I am actually supporting the families of victims. So we are all equal in front of law. I would like to cite one judge from New Taipei City. If you are Actually, I think an eye for an eye, we can. That is definitely granted. Therefore, this is a point I would like to make. We are all equal in front of the law, and then we have 2,000 judges around Taiwan. Female judges account for 52%, and prosecutors, we have 1,237 for them. And we would like to ask you to actually stand up and then actually say no to the bullying. And then also and I would also like to ask the Covenants Watch, where is your conscience? I know you don't have conscience because you have been supporting the perpetrators, and you are scattering salt on the wounds of the victims and the victims' families, and you're bullying them psychologically. Article 15, anyone? This is Taiwan Sex Industry Workers' Rights Association. With regard to Article 15, we have been repeatedly mentioned that the sex workers, they are in economic poverty, and then they don't have accessibility to judicial resources, and also like the national report said, that it seems the Social Order Maintaining Act is not neutral because it's actually treating different parties differently in the results. So we would like to urge the committee to pay attention to that. Anyone who hasn't spoken yet, would you like to speak on Article 15? This is Taiwan League of Persons with Disabilities. So just like I mentioned before, Ministry of Health has already incorporated into draft for people with disabilities Protection Act, the reasonable accommodation, even though it's already added into the new draft. However, the definition is incomplete. For example, there is a very small scope of reasonable accommodation. It's not extending to daily lives, and also the reasonable accommodation only reflects on negotiation process, but we should do more beyond that. We want to see the reasonable accommodation is actually made so we can really enjoy equal treatment. And also, according to the covenants, which has already been adopted for 12 years. However, in Disability Protection Act, they are saying that the reasonable accommodation would only become effective 2 years later. So we actually see a very huge gap and divide between our ideal timetable and that of the government. In addition to the worship guilds, we also have this very severe situation of patriarchal feature and characteristics in the household registration system. So for each of the newborn, that you can actually see the eldest son, eldest daughter, second son, and second daughter. And you can actually see if this mother of the child is not in marriage relationship, then it's just one child. However, when there is a man involved, then it's become the man's first child or second child. So it's a very patriarchal oriented system. And then also because for the same-sex marriage, we don't have that patriarchal characteristics, and therefore for any child who is born in a same-sex marriage relationship, then there would be no marker of firstborn and secondborn. So we would like to urge the committee to also pay attention to this issue.
And Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. And now we move on to the last article, which is Article 16 on family life. And we would now like to open the floor for inputs from civil society. Thank you.
好，最后针对第16条还没有发言过的这个伙伴，我们优先。好，有请。
we are Taiwan non-binary career sluts, all of the data in the national reports are still limited to the binary gender system. We implore the government to include non-binary individuals in its statistics so that they're no longer left out of official figures. We emphasize that the court's position that legal gender marker change without compulsory surgery is not a settled legal principle. However, there are still judges who reject applicants' claims. We urge the Ministry of the Interior and the Legislative Yuan to address the situation, which violates human rights of trans people. According to point 16.14 of the document, everyone, even those with an unknown gender designation on their birth certificate, must be registered in a household registry as male or female, and ID numbers are assigned according to the binary gender system. Anyone who seizes a national ID number can know a person's legal gender without seeing the gender marker, causing significant harm to non-binary individuals. This must be rectified immediately. Thank you.
好，下一位要发言的伙伴，有请。
有关家暴涉及刑事案件。
Regarding domestic violence mediation that is inappropriate, it's not resolved, and there is still the visitation and alimony issues regarding the dissolution upon divorce or remarriage, and there is also the revoke of protection orders. And third, we can see that currently the mediation rights are not fully informed. The plaintiffs are not fully informed. There is a differential of regulations violating the rights of children of same-sex marriages because adoption takes 6 months to 1 year from newborns. Newborns are taking the most time to take care of them, and it's very difficult for them to go into this care period, and it's a time when there are more conflicts between the spouses. So if the adoption is not, for example, if the couples are indigenous persons, and without the adoption process completed, they cannot choose. The person who did not bear the child cannot choose for the child to adopt indigenous status. So right now, it does not benefit the children's rights and protection. This is the Awakening Foundation regarding divorce. The current division of pensions, we asked that the 1030 Civil Code should just include the division of pensions, and whether or not alimonies can be dissoluted upon remarriage. We think it's a punishment for remarriage. We know that the alimony cannot be paid for life, so it's unreasonable to cancel alimony upon remarriage. And also, some of the plaintiffs, they don't really know what the rights of their request, and they're not properly cared for in terms of the security during the mediation, even though it's confirmed by the judge. In practice, the judge will say, if you don't accept my ruling, I won't rule for a divorce. So a lot of the times the judges force the disadvantaged person to accept the ruling. Regarding the residual property division, we know that pension is included in the residual property, but in reality, a lot of people are divorced before retirement, so they are unable to request the pension. And from 2020 to date, we are still waiting for a draft to be adopted, and it's not. So when you're worried about the 10-year that it will take, it's not coming out of thin air. It's a real worry. And we know that disadvantaged, the protection gaps for these disadvantaged spouses are facing vulnerability. Right now, we strongly object alimony attached to remarriage, and we think it's very important that we need to have a package according to the constitutional ruling number 4 in 2023. We can see it's very easy for them to have a divorce for request for alimony, and right now, according to the current clause, it's impossible for people to request alimony. So we hope that you can conclude in your concluding opinion to request this. I am a commissioner of the Gender Equality Commission. Right now, the other spouse of the civil servant or teacher, you need to be reciprocal in requiring the pension be divided. So if during the divorce they still have a job, they don't have the right to ask for the pension, and the administrative court and the domestic affairs court have differences in their rulings determining the contributions to the marriage. So it's impossible for the state to include everything that's related to the labor insurance. If you have a job, you have the status of a labor, you cannot request the pension of your other half. And if you are asking for alimony, a lot of the times it's a full package. So you think you're asking for alimony, but you're asking for child support, or the other way around. And we need to differentiate this. And I would like to respond that if, in fact, you're cohabiting or you are getting a divorce or getting a remarriage, we should at least have a certificate of remarriage to make sure that you really are remarried. But a lot of the times, if it's a reimbursive alimony, sometimes it cannot be paid in one installment. And when it's cancelled during the remarriage, it will cancel the nature of the reimbursement. Are there anyone who hasn't spoken regarding Article 16? Regarding Article 16, the domestic violence in marriage, the government responded to Article 16, but the real issue is, are the women really safe? We have helped a lot of the women who faced domestic violence. They facing a lot of reoffenses and the re-traumatization of the entire process. The government has no evidence that the reoffense of domestic violence rate is lowering, and there is no proof to say that once sexual harassment report is made, the women won't be harmed again. And for example, the Kaohsiung case and the various cases in Tucheng, in New Taipei City, and in Hsinchu, what has the National Human Rights Commission done for these women? They are just preferring the perpetrators and not helping the victims.
Chair?
Thank you very much. I don't see any other flags up or indication to take the floor. And so I would like to, at this point, sincerely thank the civil society community. I think your inputs, you have helped to clarify a number of issues to sharpen our understanding of the reality. And there are new dimensions to the issues that you have brought to the table. The issue of household registration was one that I noted. The binary data, that's largely what is there. And I'm sure there's always room for improving data collection to guide policy.
So NGO 的伙伴呢 that's it for today. Thank you very much to all the members of the International Review Committee. And of course, we thank you to all of you, our NGO partners here for your participation. Thank you. 再次谢谢各位贵宾的参与哦。That's it for today. Have a great evening, everybody. Thank you.
不好意思，各位 NGO 的伙伴，如果说就是有这2天委员提到过，就是有提问的一些关注的问题，然后没有在之前的平行报告、平行回应清单或是口头的回应当中，然后还有想要就是有需要再去补充资料或是一些数据的 NGO 伙伴们，你们麻烦各位就是在今天晚上12点之前寄到我的信箱，然后我的信箱就跟收那个发言单的信箱一样 vivi3456@wrp.org.tw 这个信箱给我，我明天早上会印出来，然后提交给委员，再麻烦大家了，这样可以吗？就是同大家缴交发言单的那一个 email vivi3456@wrp.org.tw 我是纯如，然后大家搜寻就是在 CEDAW 资讯网上面看到的联络信箱都是我，然后大家就把那个如果有刚刚这2天委员特别提到的一些补充的资料需要提交给委员的，再请大家寄到我的信箱。好，大家有问题吗？好，没有问题，谢谢。